Good evening, everyone. I'd like to call this meeting to order. This is our regular board meeting of the Board of Supervisors, Wednesday, March 25th, 2026. And if you can, please stand and join us for the Pledge of Allegiance.
States of America, to the republic which stands one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, everyone. May we start roll call, please? Miriam, you want to start since you're at the end?
Miriam Heiser,
Scarlett Cantley,
Burgess Hanson, also have Jason Lester, Chief Operating Officer on Zoom, Daniel Ray with Stormwater J, and then Greg Schaefer will be joining us shortly, Chief Stormwater Officer.
Rob Robinson, Jay Foy,
Betty Argue.
Elizabeth Accomando,
Richard Vassalotti,
Michael Johnson.
Mary Viator,
Frank Phelan,
Francis Penton, Raquel McIntosh, Rebecca Stewart,
Kenny Lawrence.
Nicholas Magarino.
and I believe Supervisor Farrell will be here, just running a little bit late. I want to welcome everybody to the meeting tonight. Thank you so much for being here. Just please, if you could, silence your cell phones. And if you'd like to speak on any of the agenda items, please complete the comment card. You can find them in the back on the table back there and have those in before the agenda item is called. If it is just general public comment, please have it in before that item comes up. I want to thank everybody again for being here. We have a lot of business to take care of tonight, and I'm sure we can get it all done efficiently. So thank you very much. Michael? Betty? Anything? Okay, all right, very good. Let's get to it. Item 5, agenda approval. Are there any additions, deletions, or substitutions on the agenda?
it's just under 8.3, whether we're going to defer action on this motion on the item dealing with the meeting rules and procedures.
Okay, do we need a motion for that separate?
As part of the
Oh,
agenda.
Okay, so I need a motion to defer item 8.3.
make a motion.
Okay. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Obviously, aye. Yeah. Well, because it's on consent, so, and it's not gonna work. I don't see it.
You see it?
You got it now? I still don't see it.
Yeah, I know.
Oh, now okay, now I've got it. All right. Yep, my system's a little slow here, so, okay. Yeah, but I don't have a vote up here. I've only got all our pictures. You can't check in?
It's-
Oh, there you go. All right, now I got the vote. Okay. Very good. Okay. All right, see that passes 4-0, 1 absent. Any other additions, deletions, or substitutions?
I have a question on 11.17, so I'd like to pull it for discussion.
11-1-7, okay.
Sorry, what?
11.
11.17. That's the waiving the procurement policy.
Okay, and let's put that. Where do we want to put that? Let's see. Why don't we make that 8.3?
Oh, and also 11.28 for discussion.
What's the other one?
Okay,
So 8.4.
yeah. So it's 2-8, right? Yeah. 2-8. Okay, so I need a motion for that, please.
I still have
Yeah, me too.
Yeah.
Can we do, we can't. Okay, so we're just gonna do this on paper. Okay.
All right.
So we have a motion by Supervisor Argy. Do we have a second? For those two items?
Second.
Okay, second by Supervisor Vassalotti. All in favor?
Hi.
Aye. Aye. Okay, see that passes 4-0 with one absent.
Here.
Yes,
So 11.17 is becoming the new 8.3.
correct. And then 8.4. Yes.
Are we?
Yeah, well, same. Oh, yeah. No, right, Betty, it's gotta be 8.3A or 8.3B, it can't be 8.4.
Yeah.
You okay with that?
Yeah. Can
Okay.
it just be 8.7?
It can, you wanna move it down there? Are you okay with that, Betty?
I
8.7?
think we can just move it to 8.3 because it's both consent agenda items that I have questions on. So it's not,
So we could leave it 8.3B.
yeah.
Okay. All right, got that, Scarlett? Okay, very good. All right. On to presentations, PBSO. Oh, I'm sorry, excuse me.
Have we then, did we approve the actual agenda itself though, or were you just making the changes?
That was a motion to approve the agenda, moving those two consent
Thank you.
items.
Okay.
Did we actually vote? Yeah, we did.
Yeah, we're good.
And then deferring 8.3.
Correct. Sorry, PBSO. It's important to clarify for the record, so thank you.
Sergeant Del Plato, I'm out here in the acreage. With me today is Sergeant Paleo. He's assigned out here to accompany me and my squad. So there will be times where he will be here at the meeting as well or by himself. Today I was given the statistics for the traffic accidents that have been occurring within the acreage in the district. Just to share some of the statistics with you. There have been in the first half of March, the 1st through the 15th, there have been a total of 22 crashes that we've investigated. Only one was a hit and run. 13 of them were just regular crashes and about 8 of them were reported with injuries. For a majority, there's been numerous reasons for these crashes, but it seems that most of them are for following too closely or failing to yield the right of way. There haven't been any major clusters of areas where the crashes have occurred. The biggest cluster was probably 3 in the same area, which was at Seminole Pratt Road and Orange Boulevard. We did have 3 at that intersection. Otherwise, there were 2 at Hall and North Lake. There were 2 crashes at Citrus Grove and 140th. A lot of these are main roads and a lot of the other ones reported scattered throughout the district. I don't have any crime stats with me today. I can tell you from, working this month and my partner working this month and monitoring emails, there really hasn't been any major crimes reported. We haven't been notified of any, homicides or robberies or anything of that sort. So I just wanted you guys to have that information just in case you had any questions.
Excellent, thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Michael.
Sergeant, may I ask you a question?
Yeah.
Thank you for coming.
You're welcome.
So when you investigate these and you said you had 22 crashes in the last reporting period, failure to yield the right of way with somebody running a stop sign at a 2-way stop, is that under failure to yield the right of way?
So
Somebody runs a stop sign?
It is, we do have some that we were able to articulate, whether it be a witness or statements on scene that somebody did run a stop sign or somebody did run a red light. There are some on here. I could tell you just kind of looking at it. 1, 2. There's been 2 reported red lights that were run and about 1, 2, and 2 more that were reported that were stop signs that were ran.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
But we don't know, sir. We don't know whether those running the stop signs, whether those were 2-ways or 4-way stop signs.
No, I don't have that information.
All right.
We have the full staff of the intersection that those traffic occurred at and
Okay.
determine whether or not they're
All right, thank you.
Thank you. Okay.
And we can just know in the intersection, when he says Citrus Grove and 140th, we already know, you know.
Sorry. I think that we have some problem areas throughout the district, even with four-way stop signs, where it seems people don't understand how a four-way stop is supposed to work. And so 140th is a good example. There seems to be confusion sometimes there for people as to who has the next right of way to go. So it is important to know where those accidents are happening. I also note that of all the studies that we've done, and our engineers had determined that at some of these two-way stops that should be four-way stops, there were 11 identified that our engineers believe that they should be four-way stops, but the county engineering department doesn't believe that it meets the warrant. So one of the things that we've always looked at is how many of those accidents actually are causing injury and serious injury or death, right? Oftentimes there's not a death involved at those ones. The majority of them are not death related. That's not to say that there aren't deaths. There are deaths, but I think it makes a difference when there's serious injuries too, you know, because somebody's living that way for the rest of their life. And North Lake and Hall is historically one where we met the warrants and we couldn't even get a light there, despite our community showing up in droves after every single time there was a serious death, injury there. So it really is a difference in terms of what we as a community see as a problem and the support that we're getting from the county. I'm grateful that they have finally decided that they're going to grant us some of what we requested, but it is still not all that we've requested. And since then, it's been 5 years, we have new data that probably supports new information and new accidents and new locations where we would say this really should be a four-way stop. So I think this is something that we're going to have to consider in the future and probably add to our agenda a discussion about revisiting that study that was done, updating it, and continuing the conversations beyond the existing agreement that we'll be entering into with the county.
And on that, even those 11 stops from the original study, I've had fatalities and serious injuries that aren't even on those 11. So.
Yeah, that's why studies.
Sorry, even when it was done, I think that data was 2 years old in some cases, because of course they were dealing with data that was being provided to them. So, you know, if it was 5 years ago, that data could be 7 years old, right? So I don't know the data that the county relied on when their engineering department actually looked at the traffic, you know, when were those numbers done? I know that the county has like a rolling traffic study that they do throughout the county. But, you know, some of those are like 5-10 years old too. So.
Yeah. Very idea. Excuse me, interrupt for 1 second. Let the record reflect that Supervisor Farrell has arrived, please. Mr. Foy.
I have not reviewed in detail, but we did receive the response from the county, and the engineering part of it had a 45-page update of the information. So again, I didn't look at it in detail yet. I haven't had a chance, but it appears they have remeasured accidents and updated it for the last 5 years. And as you said, of the 11, they claim that one of the stops was already a four-way stop and 5 of them qualified and the other 5 didn't. I don't have the data in front of me. I didn't expect to have to address that tonight.
Yeah, no,
We're gonna.
this will be, yeah, we're just talking because it came up. But yeah, this is something we're gonna have to dive deep into potentially next agenda, depending on, you know, the time to review all of that and have some conversations. Okay, would you like to say hello? Okay. Get your breath. I can imagine. So with that, 6.2 fire rescue.
Just through the chair.
Yes.
Just so I can also add, Mr. Levadecker has joined us via Zoom.
Thank you. And my screen's not working, Carrie. If you can take a walk up here. I don't know what's going on. Hello.
Hello.
How
good
are
evening,
you?
Board, nice to see everybody. I'm well, thank you. A couple announcements. First, I would like to congratulate President Accomando on her nomination for the Women's Chamber Giraffe Award. I know you're shaking your head, but it's an honor to be nominated, and it's nice to see you recognized for the work you do in the community. So
Thank
congratulations.
you. Unnecessary, but thank you.
Also, you're aware that the countywide burn ban has been lifted. But that doesn't mean, everybody still has to apply for a permit and still go through the process and all of that. We're a little off on our quarters, but just went back 3 months. So we had 36 fires in the last 3 months in the area, and that's structure fires, car fires, and brush fires. So we have had brush fires it feels like almost every day. So if everybody could still be cognizant and aware and taking precautions, that would really help us. And Rebecca's been in touch with our PIO office and helping us get the message out to the residents, and that's been very helpful as well. So thank you for that.
Excellent. Thank you.
So I went back, I'm sorry.
No, I was just gonna add, the having bona fide ag, while you are allowed to burn, you still need a permit.
Yes.
And that comes through forestry, and you're supposed to call daily. And I know like where I am, that's not happening, and we're seeing quite a few fires, and it's concerning because we have a lot of wooded lots, easy to spread. So getting that message out to people, what the rules actually are, is really important. So I thank you for working together with our staff on getting that out there.
Just so you're aware, Station 26 and Station 22 issued 9 burn violations over the weekend alone, and that's quite a bit. So they are responding, they are having them extinguish them if they don't have the permits. And just like you explained, even if they do have a permit, they still have to call to see if it is a burn day or not. So thank you for
Right.
bringing that up.
Thank you.
So I went back December 24 to March 24. You had a total of 905 emergency responses to the area. 615 of those were medical calls. And as I said earlier, 36 of those were fires, and we had 68 vehicle accidents. The average dispatch handling time was 45 seconds. The average turnout time was 48 seconds. The travel time was 6 minutes and 53 seconds for an average overall response time of 8 minutes and 25 seconds. Any questions?
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much. Okay, excuse me, 6.3, the R3 roadway plan inclusions. Information, who's doing the presentation, Mr. Hanson? Oh, Mr. Foy, thank you very much, sir.
Scarlett, if you would bring it up, it would be helpful, or Carrie, whoever does that. The intent of this is just to remind people or inform you if you don't know what's in the R3 plan. It's been on the books for a long, long time, and there are already things in the plan that people may not remember. But we're not pulling it up. Okay.
There it is.
All right. R3 plan was originally adopted in 2020. That's 6 years ago. Well, 5 years ago. It was December 2020. We had 3 modifications to add speed tables, to add the turn lanes at Loxahatchee Groves Elementary School and 162nd, and then we added some paths and shoulders to that plan. All right, go down. So that was the total.
Can you maximize the screen? Maybe that'll help, the whole screen. No, like with maximize the screen, the browser.
It's up there. No, I'm serious. I can't send. I'm not on email. I can't send. It's part of the item.
Well, that was one of the things I was telling you. And it's part of the item you can't.
Go down to the next highlighted area. Okay. The facilities, as you recall, there were 4 areas that were specifically identified where we could make improvement. Access to schools, access to parks, any trail facilities like impoundments, and also emergency access like across the street. We also had other category that said there you go. It said that anything that qualified for traffic reasons could also be part of this plan. And we did identify some of those roads. The last was traffic calming is included in the R3 plan. So those were the 6 total things, 4 of which were the active go after, do it now. But we also have that other category that's already in there, and we would have to make a modification to the plan, but it's not something that wasn't already there. It is there. So keep going down. This will be a real short presentation because, all right, the facilities and services assess the benefit of the district landowners. I don't know why. All right, this statement was specifically included to show that the facility design will not serve the entire legislative boundary of district. It is intended specifically for the areas in the active units. That's important relative to the intent of the R3 plan. All right, go down to that. Right. That's the boundary. It's essentially all of the M1 and M2. At the time, Santa Rosa Groves was not included. Go down. These are the roads, the purple, that were included in the construction plan. These are what are actually the bond was intended to fund. All of these are done, but for the 180th from Tangerine to Hamlin and the Tangerine from 180th to Mandarin. Most of you are familiar with that because they're on the books. The next slide shows the roads that already qualified under the criteria of roads, parks, schools, and district facilities. The board decided not to fund these. They weren't as high a priority, but we could already go forward in the R3 plan. They are funded. They meet the benefit cost. If these roads were intended to go forward, we'd have to modify the plan, but it's already in it. All right. And I think that's it. Yes, because I just wanted to remind the board that there's more in the R3 plan than we've actually gone out to construction for. So a modification is not as difficult as if you're having to create a brand new plan for different reasons. And the specific one I'll point out and end with is that if it qualifies for traffic, and the qualifier we were using at the time was 100 trips per day. If we went forward with that, there are a lot of roads in the district that qualify that. For example, Mango. Leo is sitting in the audience. It's interesting that I use that example, but just to say that is one of the roads that qualified under the previously considered, but not going forward, other road criteria.
Thanks.
Well, Orange Grove's already paved, so yeah, that's a completely different subject. Yeah.
Let's say we were. Or how would that work? Because I didn't see that highlighted unless I missed it, because it's kind of small, but.
No, it's already a paved road. We have the obligation to maintain it. The
Right.
problem is it's in such a condition, you need to rebuild,
Right.
and that means it needs to be funded. So, I haven't talked to legal about this, but in my opinion, that is something that you could either fund out of existing funds or bond it. It's already an approved road. I don't see why you'd have to go through a water control plan to repave a road that's already in the water control plan is paved.
So if there's time, I'd like you guys to talk about that over the next month or so, and this way we can figure that out, because it's just getting worse by the day, and rainy season's gonna start soon. Betty, you had your.
Yeah, when you're reviewing Orange Grove and Persimmon, it's my understanding that Unit 1 paid for the initial paving of Orange Grove east of and Persimmon, and it may have been west of Royal Palm, but it was Unit 1 that paid for that. And Unit 1, just as a matter of history, Unit 1 never paid for the R1 or the R2 road paving plan because they were the first original unit in Indian Trail, and they chose to pave all their streets. So when it came to the district, because, way back when, deciding that they're gonna pave every road so that every house had a paved road within a mile, and then quarter mile or half mile, whatever it was. I can't remember now. But the point is that they were excluded. 6 and 12 was also excluded, I believe, in the R1, and in the R2, for the same reason, because they had paid through their unit to pave certain roads. So then we have the R2 road repaving plan, which we have money that was set aside and allocated by the past boards that would not be spent so that we could address repaving. And there was an assessment that was done, I don't even know how many years ago it was now, but to look at what the condition of the R2 roads were and the need to replace them or repave them. And I think the discussion at that point was that we would lump the R2 roads and the R1 in together in terms of from a maintenance perspective. Something that you said, Jay, concerns me with respect to the R3. The reason why it took so long on the R3 road plan was actually this other category. There were a number of roads that when we were doing this plan, people were coming in and saying, when is my road going to get paved? And they wanted their road included. And so we had to have strict criteria on how we were going to do this so that we could have limitations and attack what the most important issues were of the day. The other category was something that some of us on the board felt very strongly that there were certain roads that were either being used for cut-through traffic or would increasingly be used for cut-through traffic as the surrounding development happened. And we wanted to have a way to deal with that. And it was holding up the R3. And what happened was that the board, we could not agree on a criteria. So this 100 trips, we could not agree on a criteria, the board. And so what we did was we directed staff to go and draft something that the board could adopt as a policy that could address the other category. That has never happened. So, it's not just every road that, because 100 trips pretty much easily every single road that I've never heard that. It was that there was supposed to be a policy that was brought to the board that we went through the public process, the same as we did every other one that's in the R3 road to determine, and it was, this is what is standard, this is what is becoming excessive, and now maintaining this road as a dirt road, it's not what was intended. And in addition to that, the other thing we were seeking to address with the R3 is that these are roads that everybody is using or has access to on a regular basis. It's standard traveled roads. If you're going to a school, if you're going to a park, if you're going, the fire rescue serves everyone. Indian Trail serves everyone. Our impoundment that was being used for storage, those kinds of things. But the other category was a little bit more complicated than that because some of them don't fit that criteria. They're getting a huge burden, like Tangelo is one that comes to mind, right? There's a huge burden, but the board could not agree on what the criteria was for that to be paved and included in the R3. And therefore it was excluded and it was directed for staff to work on that. So I have brought this up many times. I just do not want there to be a misunderstanding about this. And then suddenly we're adding all kinds of roads into the R3 because of this other category. Because we still have not determined what the criteria should be.
Okay. 6.4, Unit 19C has been deleted. So we're going to move on to 6.5, ERP and Finance Procedures, presented by Ms. McIntosh and Carrie.
Apologies, we're having a little bit of technical difficulty. Good evening, supervisors and everyone present. Raquel McIntosh and Mr. Nelson and I will be going through where we are with the ERP implementation. I'm going to start us out by talking about the purchasing and accounts payable process. I'll go through that really quickly and then turn it over to Mr. Nelson to do the update on where we are with the ERP. So the purchase order process starts with a requisition. And on the screen, you'll see this is a screenshot of what the requisition starting process looks like. Just wanted to point out that we have some required information that has to go in. So where the department is here, I don't know if you can you see where I'm pointing the mouse? That department is the department that is ordering the item, and it will be the department that is paying for that item. The other part I wanted to point out is in this document section here is where we are now electronically storing all of the information related to the eventual purchase order that will come on. So any quotes, any excerpts from the board meeting minutes, bid packages, all of that will get stored here in this document section. So it will all be electronic, so we can just pull it up if anybody that in. Next one I wanted to point out is this checkbox that's on auto approve. And what that means is the person who is creating the requisition, if they are in the approval process, they won't have to approve again. It will just automatically move on from them. So whoever initiates the requisition won't approve it later on. And then the final thing I wanted to point out is right here under other information, there's another checkbox here, and it's the auto create PO. So the requisition process ends in a purchase order being created. So in some systems, the approval process is on the purchase order. In this system, it's on the requisition. So what you're doing is you're creating a requisition to request the item that you want to purchase. And once that request has been approved, you get a purchase order to approve the item. Make sense? Kind of. All right, so wanted to point out, so this is another screenshot from the system. So what we have in here are budget constraints on the account. So I don't know if you can read it, but that little white box in the center says account budget warning. The following accounts are over budget, and it gives you the account number and it tells you what the remaining budget is. So because it's over budget, it's going to be a negative number. And then it asks you, are you sure you want to use this account? So the person who is initiating requisition could say, yes, I still want to use this account, even though I have no money. So then they say yes, and it goes to this screen. So the way we've set up the system, there is a password that is required to be put in if you are going to be allowed to use a budget line item that is over budget. And that password is known by 3 people, none of which initiate a requisition or is normally in the approval process for the requisition. And that password is not given out to anybody. Only those 3 people have it, and only those 3 people will ever use it. And we don't, so even though it says enter password, the initiator can't enter the password because the 3 people are not allowed to give the initiator the password. What would happen is one of those 3 people in the background would go and release it so that they can enter it, so that the password gets locked and nobody else can use it. All right. So then once the requisition has been created, so the initiator puts in all of the information, it goes through the approval process now. And in the system, we have what's called approval paths. And so on the left of the screen is a listing of, you'll see it's all of the departments. So it's administration, parks, roads, aquatics. So we have all of the departments listed, and they all have a different approval path. So different people, bless you, different people approve in the processes for each department. And so if you see to the right, I pulled up the approval path for roads, and on the left side, you'll see the 4 individuals that have to approve that requisition. So it's the road superintendent, department head, then it goes to purchasing or procurement, and then it comes to finance, which is the ACC. Over on the right side of the screen, you'll see some numbers. Sure, I'm getting that part right. Under a column, approval level order right here. And what that means is this is the order in which the requisition gets approved. So first, the superintendent will approve it, then it goes to the department head, then it goes to purchasing, then it comes to finance. So finance is the last approver on all requisitions. And then once finance has approved the requisition, it gets turned into a PO for use. Any questions so far? No, okay. All right, so now I'm going to quickly go through the disbursement process. And so we've touched on this before, I believe, when we did the other update as to the intricacies of that process. So I just wanted to point out that we are now using what's called invoice capture, and it's an artificial intelligence system. And so what it does is when vendors send us their invoices, the majority of them are now using the email address that we want them to send it to. The invoice capture system goes into that email address, pulls the invoice and pushes it into our AP system. It also will fill in like the vendor name, the date, the invoice number, the amount, so that all of that manual work that we used to have to do to enter invoices, we don't have to do that anymore. Invoice capture pulls it in, and then it's sitting in the AP bucket for the AP person. And then similar to the requisition process, so different people approve requisitions versus invoices. And so you also have a budget check on that. So the person who is entering the account number that they want the invoice to be posted to, there's also, and it's the exact same thing as the one in the requisitions process, that you are over budget, so you can't use this account. And so they wouldn't be able to post that invoice or charge that invoice to that GL account if it's over budget. And then finally, this is just the workflow for how we pay the bills. So the invoices come in via mail or email. Majority of people are doing email now, which is really good. And then it gets pushed into invoice capture. Invoice capture, I have pushed to, but actually invoice capture goes in and grabs the information from the email. So it's not a push, it's a pull that invoice capture does. And then invoice capture pushes it into our ERP system. And then it goes, the AP person sends it to the departments along the approval paths. And sends it to the approval paths. And then once it's approved, it goes back to the accounts payable person. And then they post the invoices. And that creates a payable batch, which is reviewed by the senior accountant and then posted by the CFO. And then that creates a payment batch. I'm not losing you, right?
No.
Okay, that creates a payment batch. And then the payment batch gets approved by the CFO, and then we send a file. So some of our vendors get paid via checks and some get paid via ACH. So if you're an ACH vendor, we have to send a file to the bank so that the bank will release the funds. And so we send that file to the bank, the accounts payable person does, and then the CFO goes in, approves the bank to release the funds, and then the checks get printed, stuffed, and mailed, and that's basically the end of the payable process, because then it's already posted to the general ledger through the approval process.
Excellent. I like that we're utilizing the AI, and it's
Yes,
it's convenient, it's accurate, it's saving
it saves
time.
a lot of time.
So hopefully all our vendors start sending
Yes,
them that way.
saves a lot of time. So what we do is for the vendors that still mail us the invoice, we scan it into invoice capture so that it's still picking up all of the information that we need. Yeah,
Very good.
but
Thank you.
it works nicely.
Patty?
Could you re-explain,
Mhm.
on the, if a GL account is over budget
Yes,
and somebody pushes it through?
yes.
It gets stopped somewhere and it's questioned?
It
hey,
gets
we're
stopped.
Over budget.
No, it gets stopped at them. They
them.
see, yes.
Okay.
So they get the message, they get the pop-up that
Right.
says, this line item is over
But
budget.
they can still approve?
No, they
No.
can't
So
approve.
once if they're over budget, that's not.
If they're
that's not
over
going
budget,
over-
you can't go any further. You
Okay.
can't use that GL account unless you contact one of the 3 people with the password.
And they can
to say
release it?
Yes,
Okay. Okay.
Yes.
All right. just
yeah, they
checking.
can't, it doesn't go anywhere.
Okay.
Yes,
Very
it
good.
stops.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
I wish I had this at work. Like, I like the idea of like your GL account comes up and it's like, hey, you don't really have money in here. That's amazing. So that's
Yes,
great.
yeah, so it's up, so it don't, yeah, so they, oftentimes what they'll do is they'll call to say, I can't use my account, and, we have to say, yes, you may have to use another one. Yes, yes,
You do
yes,
have
so
an
we get
option of
calls.
sourcing it from a different, like,
Yeah, so it depends on what the item is. It
Mhm.
has to make sense, so you don't want to post, for example, fuel into the chemicals account and vice versa. So it has to make sense.
Okay.
We
has to be
want to
related.
put it, yeah.
They have
it
to be
needs
related within
needs
the
to be
same
related,
department. And the
or they
same-
can do a budget transfer if they think they need more money
Within
in
the
that
same
account.
department?
Yes,
Okay.
absolutely within it.
Okay.
Yes, yes.
Betty?
My first question is, at what point, is there an alarm, for lack of a better way
Mhm.
of asking, when the overall budget, category has been exceeded, which we have statutes that govern us?
Okay, so the over budget on this, that would be checked monthly,
Who's checking that?
finance.
Finance?
Yes, finance checks.
Being brought to the board for adoption. Have we adopted an ACH policy?
Yeah, I believe you did a few years ago.
Yeah,
Okay.
you been using ACHs for a
But
while.
so has it,
It's on the bank side. So they have rules. Actually, they on the is today the 25th? Tomorrow, the bank has some updates on their, it's called a NACHA file, NACHA file, and they have put in some changes on their end for the ACH.
all right, my last question is, at what point? Let me start with this. The president and the treasurer, primarily it was the treasurer and the president as the second signer on a check. They used to require 2 checks or 2 signers on a check. And it was primarily the treasurer and the president. In the absence of either one of those, then it would be, the secretary or one of the other board members. But we tried to stick to the same 2 people, one, the treasurer, because that's their responsibility, but also the president. There's always the same 2 people that are looking at it and seeing the money that's going out. And I think I had expressed some concerns with you during the summer when I spoke with you about how that's not happening. So how are we as a board keeping an eye on the money that's being paid out? I understand we have all these internal processes, which are good and long overdue. I appreciate that. This is a great program, but there's at this point, the treasurer and the president, or actually the whole board, is kind of completely removed from the money that's going out. So
Okay.
I'd just like to understand, are we providing reports when we do these batches, these payment batches? Are we sending them to the treasurer and the president for them to sign off on it, or?
Right now, we are not. So I think the answer to that question depends on what exactly the risk that you are trying to address is.
Well, from my personal perspective, you have my digital signature.
Yes.
And I'm a little uncomfortable when the way we used to do it during COVID, I approved the use for every single check of my digital signature. And you have my digital signature now, and you could be applying it to checks. I have no idea. I'm uncomfortable with that.
Okay.
And I think everyone should be uncomfortable with that. Yes, we have all these, checks and balances, but something could go awry, and it's my signature's on something that I never even saw, never approved. And there was a reason why we had 2 board members sign checks and not one, and not the executive director. It came to the board for the board to approve. That was the treasurer's role.
Okay.
So I do have a concern with that.
Okay.
The more that we as a board turn over our responsibilities to staff and have no checks and balances as a board on staff, we lose control of this bus that's ramming down the street,
I mean,
and maybe that's just me, being a little bit difficult adjusting to technology. But again, I do think there's something to be said when we have a treasurer who's looking at these things and saying, I don't remember the board approving this. And I'll tell you, in my first year on the board as treasurer, I found a check that was written for $240,000 that was not approved by the board. Under this system, it could have gotten all the way through and been sent out, and the board would never have been aware of it. I have a problem with that.
Yeah, I mean,
and we did that's the reason why we ended up putting the systems we had in place before we went to this.
Yeah.
That's why, and the other thing is that I sat when I was treasurer and I went through all the backup material, and I made sure that every single check that was being written was what it was supposed to be. And if there were things that seemed, there were red flags, I would see. Why are we, our typical project for doing a swale would be, let's say, 1,000 square feet. And this bill says it's for this road and it's 3,000 square feet. Why are we paying 3,000 square feet for grass? If we're not looking at those things as a board, as the treasurer, then we're not seeing that. We're not able to question what is actually going on. And from an administrative perspective, what I see here is people become complacent in their own roles. And it's like, oh, yeah, approve, 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 approve. They're not questioning. They're not looking at the things that we as board supervisors, who are ultimately responsible for the taxpayer dollars, the things that we know and the things that we see. So I do have a little bit of concern, and I did express this with you
Yes,
in the
you did.
summertime. And I would like the board members to be considering this. How are we going to resolve this? Because I am not comfortable. And if this is what you guys want to go with, I want my signature taken off of the automatic signature, because I do not want my name connected to something that I did not personally approve.
Okay. And I will say that yes, you and I did have a conversation. Part of the reason a lot of governments have gotten away from individual board members or commission members or council members signing the checks is because the board has oversight responsibility. And so if you're overseeing the process, you shouldn't be part of the process. And if you're signing the checks and approving the payments, then you're kind of part of that process, not necessarily overseeing it. So that's one of the reasons that you moved away from the manual signing of the checks. But I'm sure we can come up with something that would be a little more comfortable for you.
Again, I made my statements, and I do feel that there is a level of information that as a treasurer, as president, when I was looking at those invoices and those payments, it was a level of oversight that made us aware as a board what was going on. And so that's how I feel about it. Thank you.
To piggyback on her concern,
Mm-hmm.
if you used her electronic signature, would there be some sort of notification to her that you're utilizing, like if?
So in finance, the only signature we use is for the checks. We don't use the signatures for anything else.
Right,
And
yeah.
the signature is embedded in the system, so we don't actually apply the signature. So the accounts payable person doesn't apply the signature.
Right.
When she prints a check through the system puts the signature on the check. She doesn't do
Right.
any
But my
of that.
question is,
It
let's
just goes-
say for some, so, okay.
No, there's no notification.
No.
There's no,
No
okay, so
notification.
is there a reason why you would use Supervisor Argue's signature over Supervisor Ackerman's?
No,
or-
so on the checks right now, it's the president and treasurer
Okay.
that goes on. We don't change, we don't switch up the
Okay.
signatures.
Right.
We don't switch up the signatures. It's the
So
same two
Her
signatures all the
signature
time.
is not in the system, or?
No, her signature
It
is in the system. It is.
Yeah.
It is.
Yeah,
It is.
okay.
The board members are the only ones that are supposed to have signing authority on the bank account.
Mhm.
So ultimately, we're responsible for that bank
Yes.
account.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
So the money that's
But
going
my
out,
right.
your signatures are going on it, and you don't even know what it's going on. So I hate to be a bit of an
Is-
alarmist, but
The-
personally, I think there's something we need to fix there.
And this is why you and I had discussed about the reports coming through more often. And now that the system is set up, I hope we can start seeing that, because that will show us
We
everything.
can, the system actually is very robust in terms of reporting. There's a lot of information that you can get out of it in different ways and forms, and there's a lot of information you can get out of it.
So my suggestion would be that the CFO approves the batch and approves bank for payment. You've already gone through the system. Then it should be sent to the treasurer and the president for final approval, or at least final, yes, you can use my signature, approve the use. At least then,
Previously, everything was already gone out.
Right. So
well,
to-
it shouldn't have been.
To piggyback on what Supervisor Argue is stating, there is, I know where I'm at currently, because I have a system very similar where I would approve, but then it goes to the board members, like the two board members that would have to do the two signature for approval. So maybe there's a way that could go through, that they get a batch, or like once I approve it, it gets sent to them and then they have to approve it. Maybe there's some way that could be done before like any payments go out.
Yeah, oh,
in
definitely.
this new
We
system?
So
can
there
send-
is some way, I know,
We
because
can we can email the batches. We can also, give you access.
The access into the account where they're actually looking at all the same documentation.
so the account that I'm currently using, it
You mean the-
sends it to, so I get a notification that I have to approve something as the
Mhm.
manager, and then it gets, once I approve, it goes to the board members that are required to do the approval. So it goes to me and then they
Each
get it.
individual item
Oh.
or as a
It
batch?
depends. I guess it would depend, and I can't 100% say on that. I know for me, it comes in as an individual item. So like an invoice will come in, I approve it to be paid, and then it gets sent to them to be approved. And then I guess you would follow it up on your reports to make sure that those that you approved. were
So the
paid
system,
on that.
the system right now we would have to either add the supervisor in the approval process, or once the approval process is done and the batch is created, we would have to we can email that batch.
Yeah.
Or I think maybe we could give them access to the reporting so that they can pull the report.
Or pull the report itself.
Yeah, yeah. So we could give access to pull that report of what the batch is, of the batch.
But is that already, right, that's what I was just gonna say, is that after, so once it's approved at the final level, then it's just getting sent out, and then it's coming just for a double check, but it's already approved?
Yes, so all the approvals, once it's been put into a batch, all of the approvals have been done from the department level. So all of the departments have approved
But
it.
the checks have not been paid?
No, the checks have not been paid yet. No, the checks have not been paid yet. Yeah, it's just been approved for payment by the people who need to approve it. Yeah.
It sounds like this is a work in progress, so, and good points. So keep working on it, keep tweaking it.
And thank you for all your hard work. I know that this has not been easy getting to this and we really need this. Please do not miss.
Oh, no.
I just,
There's always room for
This,
improvement.
right,
thank you.
yeah, we've been talking about.
There's
this.
always room for improvement.
Frank?
Microphone.
To say that they're.
Microphone. You turned it on, but you gotta.
It's on. The district has purchasing policies, a series of purchasing policies, that's designed to structure basically the way power is distributed on these kinds of issues. What we've been looking at tonight is an accounting system, essentially, the use of purchase orders as internal accounting and payment and that sort of processing going on. But that has to be, I think, in my opinion, put in the context of the overall process that's going on. And so the questions that the board members are raising go to policy, not on the mechanics of how.
Right.
This is an excellent system, it appears, and with tremendous potential on it. But how is it going to fit into the kind of concerns that the supervisors are raising? I also would like to say that, I mean, I've had some time ago conversations with Raquel about how this purchasing or this finance component fits with the purchasing policy. Because we also have adopted purchasing policy in which purchase orders there's a whole section in there on the use of purchase orders. And my concern would be the relationship between the vendors and the district. Because in purchase orders as when you're communicating with vendors, becomes evidence of a contract. And I've suggested in the past that, and if you look at the purchase orders used by the county, large government, county or the school board and that, they have fine print right there on their purchase order that they send out to their vendors. And it's been a long time, but you may recall some time ago, I suggested that after adopting the purchase policy that a district should also adopt standard general conditions, fine print, and they're all basically the same. They basically would say, so when you get an invoice from your vendor, they put terms, these are the terms under which we're going to sell you this stuff. And
often those terms are really not acceptable. You know, they've got like an interstate company that wants you, if you have a dispute with them, you got to sue it in Dubuque, Iowa. This is not uncommon, or a New York company wants you to sue in New York or California. And, you know, we always say, no, if we're going to buy this, we're really talking about larger purchases, not so much the minor office supplies or anything like that. But, you know, the district, I mean, if you're an out-of-state company, you have to register to do business in Florida. You're not just automatically able to come here and engage in the sale of goods and services. And it seems to me that if you register as a foreign corporation to do business in Florida, that you agree to comply with Florida law. So you should be held to, if a dispute arises that you're going to sue the district, it's going to be in a local court. So we don't have to spend money to hire an out-of-state law firm to defend us in some faraway court, for example. So the standard general conditions also would specify things like, what are the terms of delivery? You know, like you've seen FOB, those initials, FOB, those are the delivery terms. But they also govern who has the burden of the loss of the goods in transit. So if something's FOB, the seller has to pay if they all are destroyed in a truck fire on the way here. It's their responsibility for the cost of replacing it. If once it's been delivered to the district, then from that point forward would be the district's responsibility to cover the loss. It's been delivered, and then, you know, checked and make sure that it satisfied the contract. So it's another use of purchase orders in another part of the process. But so the purchasing policy also has some provisions in there how you use purchase orders. So the finance policy needs to be reviewed to address these. You've got a whole new system coming in here that's going to change the way you're doing business for the better, it appears, but also it's going to have an impact on the prior purchasing policies and the adopted purchasing policy and the adopted finance policy, which I've also talked to Raquel in the past. They haven't been updated in a very long time. And hopefully someday in the future, the district will consolidate all of its policies in essentially a code book, the equivalent of a code book. So they're all in one place. Everything's numbered. They're in categories. So we don't have to constantly go back through minutes to see when policies are adopted. If there's going to be a policy, it gets adopted by resolution. So you got resolution numbers. So there's administrative implications that I think would, this improvement can be compounded by improvements in other areas, such as these review of policy, you know, the macro big rules that are in our adopted policies. So that was my point. I mean, this is not a criticism at all.
No. And yes, Frank and I did have a conversation before we implemented the purchasing policy. So what I can do is I can send you what's on the purchase, because we did add some items on the purchase order, and then you can, you know, let us know if you think we need to add additional items to it.
And for example, if, you know, on the purchase order, if it says by selling to us at the district, you're agreeing to these contract terms, which are tiny print on it, you know, a couple of pages, but those terms could be posted on the website, should be posted on the district's website under a section that basically says doing business. You see it commonly, it's doing business with the district. And so there you go. If you're a vendor, you look on that section, it'll take you to the purchasing policy, it'll take you to finance policy, whatever's related to purchasing. I think that would be a big improvement in general for the relationship between the district and all those vendors that we deal with on a regular basis.
I agree. And I know we have a lot going on.
Yeah.
And there's a lot on your plate, but this is really important stuff. So I think now that the system is fairly set up, it's in place, now is the time to get to work on all that.
Agree.
Like,
The purchasing with this and
mhm.
and that was going to be my other question is how does the purchasing policy, who is looking at the actual purchasing policy and how it ties to the purchase orders and the budgeted amount? Who is doing that?
So everyone, technically everyone along the approval path should be doing that.
Okay, and what is the requirement for a purchase order?
So right now, the policy is if it's 3,500 or above.
And is that did the board adopt that policy?
Yes.
3,500.
Mhm.
And what is the cap before it needs to come to the board for approval and direction?
So the board gets it
The
at
executive
35,
director.
35,000.
35,000.
Mhm.
It's been,
When I got on the board, it was 5,000. We increased it. So 35,000 and 35,000 and 35,000 can add up real quick.
I don't think anybody wanted to increase it. Yeah. Okay. Yes, yeah.
At the county level, with the commissioners, so as Ms. Argy was saying about how she was signing check, I've never signed a check here. At the county commission level, do the commissioners have the ability, or are they required to sign a check, whether you're the mayor or anything like that? And if they don't have a title of a treasurer, some people actually think it's been said, I'm in charge of our over $20 million budget. I am not, and I have absolutely zero access to any funds or any computer or anything like that. So at a county commission level, do they sign checks or anything like that? Does anybody, I could find easily offhand.
I don't know the
Does
answer to
anybody know
that,
the
but
answer
I
to
would be
that?
shocked if they do. The amount of
There's no.
payments that go out, that wouldn't be possible
So
for them to do it.
for us to sign a check.
Even at local, even below the county at
Mhm.
municipalities, most municipalities, there's no manual signing of
Right.
checks. But you know, that each jurisdiction gets to decide how they want.
We also have different policies as a special district that govern us. And that means that every penny that we spend actually should be approved by the board and in our budget. We can't just willy-nilly be spending money.
I understand. But as far as, overlooking all the, any payments that are going out and items like that, and I'm sure there's times that there's not many, and then other times there's a considerable amount of payments that need to be going out. And with this new program, it simplifies it and actually makes it more secure and things like that. So I'm not certain as a board and kind of what you were saying, like you don't want your signature on there. I get that. For a board to approve something, you're a professional in this, right? And what you're doing right now is I'm not that aware of how this system works yet or anything like that. I was good at something else. I could saw a hole in your neck and put a tube in it, but I don't think there's anybody in this room that wants to attempt that, right?
Yeah.
So for me to say, oh, okay, this is great, and if that opportunity has to come where I have to sign a check, I may not, and I'll be honest, be able to tell whether or not it's actually accurate, because I'm not an expert on, a system like this. So to be able to have to sign that, and, whether the whole board looks over something and it that needs to be done, not maybe just one person, or if president's unavailable or myself, where we would all maybe glance at it. But I think I agree with you about not wanting to sign. I personally don't think I want to sign something like that, especially if I'm unfamiliar with what's going on or if it's in a large amount.
The old system used to have the copy of the check, it would have the purchase order, it would have the invoice, any backup from that department. So each item, each check that was going out would have all this backup attached. And we would get that weekly from the old system. This system isn't doing that.
Right.
So we would look at it, but it was already done by the time we got it. So we need a way to, I think to Betty's point, see it first.
Through the chair. I don't want to spend a whole bunch more time. I think this needs to be an agenda item, come back to the board
Mhm.
with some consideration by staff. But I am fine with if it's at the end after the CFO approves the batch and it's ready for a bank payment, before they click that button, pay it, that the secretary or the treasurer and the president looks at it and says, but to your point, this isn't about, we're experts in what we as a board have approved. And staff is experts in their various things. At the end of the day, we, this board, is responsible for our budget, the money, the policies. And so I do feel very strongly that we need somebody from the board that is at least saying, yeah, or if there's a $250,000 check for something, that there's somebody outside of staff that's saying, wait a second, no, we did not approve that. Why is this check going out? I'm not saying that anybody on the staff is going to be doing that,
No.
but it has happened in the past. And when you trust too much, trust but verify. Okay, so that's all I'm saying is this is a last, and again, I do believe that sometimes staff can become and they're just clicking a button. They're not looking at things, questioning it in the same way that I know I always did. I looked at everything and I questioned everything, every single penny. I don't even like 3,500 as a minimum for a purchase order. I don't like how much money we spend on pens. Okay. I'm that kind of person. So, but I also know as a board, we're not micromanaging that. We do that when we do a budget. And I think that, spending a lot of money on unnecessary things as a government entity is not fair to our taxpayers. So as a board, we have set up the system as a special district. We have different responsibilities in terms of how and where we spend money. And I just think that everybody should be thinking about that and figure out what's the best way to do this. And my personal preference would be that it's at the point where either before or after the CFO approves the batch for the bank payment, maybe just before. That way, when you click that button, you know that Rich and Elizabeth are the treasurer and the president right now. They've looked at it and they've said, yeah, great, and yes, it would be absurd for the county to do that with the billions of dollars that they have in their budget. We're not that. But our budget has doubled since I've been on this board. And our taxpayers are questioning where that money's going. And I think they too would feel better about knowing the reason why we have appointed officers, that we're actually caring and we're taking a look at it. And there's somebody that's always got their eyeball on it. So it's not about what people think you're responsible for. If we define what that is, which it always was, that the treasurer and the president was signing the check. That was a policy that we actually formally put in place after I got on the board when I was treasurer. And I said, why is this all loosey-goosey? Because the district manager would just call whoever he wanted to get a check done. Okay. No, we need a policy for that. It should be the treasurer and the president every time, so that you are the ones that are overseeing and looking and knowing what's going on. Wait a sec. We just wrote a check for $200,000 to these people. Why are we writing another $200,000 check? It's just coming at it from a different perspective.
Those things say nothing.
Yes.
You're saying is that it's a mistake, and that this new system, like Frank was saying, we need to use
Right.
a new policy that aligns with this system. Oh, sorry. So we need new policy that aligns with the new system is basically what it is. And a way to be able to do that, because the system is completely different from what it used to be. And anything over 35,000 should still be coming to the board as a whole regardless. And these checks and balances are in place, so I don't think anybody's making such a drastic error, or are they permitted to make such an error? So now we've got control over it, where before everything was on paper and everybody was just shifting everything all over the place to make it look like it all worked. And now that's eliminated. So we're getting there. We're getting to where we need to be not only efficient, but to be secure and knowing where every penny is going now, where we didn't know before. And I think that's critical. So thank you. And I know you guys are going to work on this. It's a work in progress. We understand that. We're gonna get there. We're gonna get those monthly reports at some point. But the main thing was getting this system together, making it work, creating it, and now we're pretty there, right? I mean,
We're 90.
85 to 90%.
okay, I'll give you 88. How's that compromise? All right. So thank you guys. I appreciate it. And Frank, I know you're gonna work on that stuff we talked about in your spare time there. So,
Yes.
Next slide.
yeah,
So I'll turn it over to Mr. Nelson.
thank you.
Just.
So you're right.
I'm sorry. I don't know where I'm sorry. This system, the whole reason why I pushed to bring this system in here was for total transparency. You
Yes.
did not have it with your old system.
Right.
Because it was a antiquated accounting system, probably
Right.
from the 60s, quite frankly. Right? So this actually gives, she just walked by, actually gives the board the ability, or me the ability, or Mr. Robinson the ability to say, I want to report on certain
At any time.
anything, inventory,
Mhm.
vehicle, fuel, that's what payroll. I mean, a lot of that stuff, what used to have to happen is our former CFO would go in and have to export it into Excel and then do a manual. I don't like when a human does a manual report, because mistakes can be unintentionally made or intentionally made. And
Agree.
this does not really allow that. And it shows who did it.
Yes.
And all of that. So there is a
There's
very
accountability.
trackable system.
Yes.
I'm not disagreeing with anything Ms. Argue said. We're fine doing it with board. What we're trying to do is be more efficient, but more importantly, transparent. And yeah, the entire procurement policy needs to be,
Right. And we've talked about that
reworked
in the
as
past. Yeah.
everything else, but anyway, I just wanted to
Thank you.
clarify that.
And as it stands, you're right, we're about 80 to 90% complete. Pertaining to finance, we have about 2 more modules to implement, which are going to be project management for projects and grants and contract management for our contracts. And once we're there, then we're pretty much done. In front of you, what you're looking at is what we're now testing, which is permitting and licensing. And this will be our landing page for it, called Civic Access. And homeowners or anyone who wants permits, they're going to be able to come here. They're going to have their own dashboard where they apply from, see where their work is, if inspections have been done, payments that need to be made, and calendar dates, and also estimate their fees from here. All right. Next slide, please. Again, inside on their dashboard, you're able to see how many permits you have open, closed, pending, and what you can do, what you need to do at that point. Right now, we're pen and paper with this also, so we're in the middle of testing this right now. Next slide for me, please. These are the type of permits that they'll be able to apply for, and these are all of our current permits as it stands.
Is that for underground? Because it's blocked. I'm assuming that's special
yes.
permit underground.
Yes. Utility.
Oh,
well,
utility.
underground.
Okay.
So it's dedicated to just permits and licensing, and everything will be, again, in the system, documented. There are no questions as to dates, payments. Mr. Foy's team will also be involved with the special permits. And as far as payments concerned, they have a hand in what's approved, what to mark up, change. And also, so Danny will be directly involved in this also. All right, next slide for me. And again, this is just showing you what the user will see when they're in here. And next slide. And the other part is our work orders. So currently, back in the day, we were using Tab Fusion. We're no longer using Tab Fusion. We have now launched work orders with our fleet department, and they are able to track, enter, track, get results, report on all work that's being done in the shop right now. Before we didn't have that at all. So this is down to any little issue that you have up to big issues. And once we're done implementing this, we'll also be able to track cost, time, and labor in association with that too. So that's where we're headed with that. So next slide. And this is just showing you a part of the work order, but that's where we are. We've only implemented fleet, and we're going to push it out to everybody else once we have that workflow down and it makes sense to everybody. And for me, I just want to thank Indian Trail employees who have really adapted to what we're doing. The crew chiefs have really stepped up along with their leadership, and they're really in it. They're not shying away from it. They're putting in requisitions. They're asking questions, and we're getting it right because of their involvement. So I want to thank them for that. All right, that's all I got.
Thank you. Thank you all. I know this has been a huge multi-year undertaking, and we're getting to the finish line. And yes, there's going to be little growing pains that we will definitely work through, and everybody will be happy in the long run.
Oh yeah.
And will be much more efficient, and time is money. So that's good. Thank you.
I have one question. Who can create a work order? Is it all departments?
All departments can create a work order.
And then customer service as well?
Yes.
Okay.
So when we get calls in, we can also take manual work orders there as well.
Who
And
can delete a work order?
only admin.
Only admin can, and there's a record who deletes it?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
All right, thank you.
That's the good thing with the system. It tracks everything. So who put it in? If somebody changes it, it records who made the change. Yeah. So.
Thank you. Thank you, Raquel. Being that it's almost 7:30, can we move public comment up before supervisor business right now? Because I don't think 5 minutes might not be enough. Are we okay with that?
We have the attorneys online. Maybe we can take care of that one item and then
If we can run through that quickly?
I think we should be able to.
Yep, okay, very good. Let's do that then.
And I'm willing to make a motion. This is item number 8.1. And I'm willing to make a motion to approve resolution 2026 -002 by the Board of Supervisors.
Very good. We have a motion by Supervisor Argue, second by Supervisor Johnson. All in favor?
There was no public.
Yeah, kidding. Thank you. Yeah. She would, yeah. Okay, see that passes 5-0. Thank you. Okay, now, we're good moving public input up because we've only got 5 minutes. Is that good? Or can we get through supervisor business in 5 minutes? No. Okay. All right. Scarlett, do we have any cards?
We do. Is Leo Dune?
Leo Doom, property owner 11546 42nd Road North, Royal Palm Beach 33411. I'd like to petition Indian Trail for a refund of the assessment for mowing my swale, which hasn't been done in over a year. Yeah, you're supposed to be kind of mowing it twice a year so that it drains. But I haven't seen an Indian Trail truck or any. They did mow the canal bank on one side of a canal, and they mowed my side of the Mango Road on the side yard, but they haven't mowed the front swale, and it's now about this high.
Okay. Thank you.
Elizabeth McGoldrick.
Okay.
Actually, yeah, you could comment on consent if you, we're gonna approve the consent, so you'll comment when we actually, we already did that. Oh, we just moved, okay, so when we, oh, yeah, sorry, when we approve the consent, we can do it.
Facilities, it's under parks. I was going to say, she's under parks, so her item will be her.
It's not on consent,
Yeah, it's
okay.
not under consent.
Okay, so when your item comes up, so that's not for now. She was on consent.
Alexander Larson.
Oh, 12.
I have a couple of questions. I don't know what part of the agenda to ask them on. It was good to hear the thing on the finance. It's amazing. It took since the sixties to fix it. Cause I was born in the sixties. That's a long time ago. So I'm wondering why it went so long in that old fashioned, antiquated fashion. You know, it was hard to hear about a $240,000 check that was flying through the system and nobody knew it. It's really, whenever I come here, I learn something new. I really do. But I am concerned about us, and I'm terribly concerned about us because due to the fact that you are, not you personally, and every entity in this world is having such a wonderful idea that AI is the greatest thing since cream cheese. Because I have an article back here in my purse that they're blowing up the data centers in Iran. So if you want to put us in harm's way, go ahead, rely on those data centers. Because the one thing about the American people, it's always been over there. You know, wars and such, over there. But what if it's right here? What happens then? So please, I would be very jaundiced. That's the only word I can think of to put all my eggs in one basket because I don't think AI is the basket. I think you need to have backup. I think you need to have paperwork. I think you need a lot. And I'm not kidding. Whenever I told somebody about this little article in this little magazine that I read, they were like, wow, I didn't think about that. And they're already doing it. And I don't know what to call what over there is today, a conflict, a war, whatever. I have no idea, but I don't want it here. I don't want anybody, even if you're my enemy, I don't want you harmed necessarily. You know what I mean? And that is, we're putting all our eggs in one basket. All of a sudden, this is the second coming. It's everywhere, but nobody in the background, because I didn't hear it on the regular news. Just in this tiny little magazine that I got, because it's in my purse. And I was going to make you copies and I didn't have time. I was a little tired today. But please just consider that don't put your eggs in one basket and do have a backup dog, Zippy, and do have paperwork. Because if the AI data center is gone, you don't have your data. That cloud disappears. And that's the whole reason they did it. Because they knew they were going to interfere with infrastructure and roads and all kinds of stuff. And what a smart person that was that decided to do that. So anyway, I just thought you should
Oh,
know
that's
that.
a little loud. Thank you, Alex. Yeah, it's all right. She's done. Okay. Scarlett? Okay.
Sharon Wade.
Hi, Sharon Waite, 15058 75th Lane North, Loxahatchee, 33470. The only thing I wanted to comment on was that there was a mention of whether the accidents are two-way stops or four-way stops. I live one house from Key Lime and Hall. And when I came around the corner the other day, I heard the crash and I looked up and there was this huge accident right there, one house away. It was a two-way stop. Key Lime is two-way. Hall goes straight through. So I'm wondering, is there some way to stop that? I mean, I've got a speed hump right next to my house. But somebody didn't look at the right of way or whatever they didn't do. I called 911 myself because I looked up and there they were in the road, car on its roof, the trailer, and everything all over the place, as you well know. So I wish I had been able to do more but call in.
Well, thank you for doing that. Because it likely makes a difference and we are working on that. Scarlett?
Pia Scorin.
Hi, everybody. Just kind of some house cleaning things, what I would refer to as house cleaning things. In reference to the ERP system, I think you guys ultimately will be responsible for if anything goes wrong, whether you touch the check, whether you sign the check, whether you smile at the check, it won't really matter because you're responsible. So I think you want to have a process where whether it's a report, I would suggest reports being easier, not doing individual checks, not having to sign a check per se, but having some sort of good reports that you can look at and sign off on, and say, I've reviewed this. Somebody at the board level has reviewed it. I have some background in that, if anybody cares. Okay, so I'm wondering on Orange Grove, and you don't have to answer me here now, but you talked a little bit about how Orange Grove was going to get paid for, and some of the things that happened in the past I didn't quite follow. So I'm curious, Orange Grove, I understand, is being worked on from Royal Palm Beach Boulevard east to State Road 7. Is that going to be paid for just by our unit? Or is that a road that, because more people use it, will be picked up by the greater community? Like I said, I don't know they have an answer, but if you could have somebody look into that and either let us know at a subsequent meeting or email or write me, that would be really nice. Also, on the agenda, when you do these polls, can you put something right on the agenda where we can see the location of the polls? Because I do have a concern about some polls, and it would be much easier if I could just see that instead of opening up each line item to see where it is. So I know that's a pain in the neck, but if that's possible, that would be good. Also on the new electronic agenda, I was able to print the entire agenda, but I was not able to easily print the individual attachments. So I would have to get into the attachment, print it, get out of the attachment, get back into the agenda, select scroll down, select the item. Maybe I'm doing something wrong. I could maybe use remedial training, but I thought that would be helpful. Just if I could just give you a real quick on the HCA. The ALA met with the HCA Palms West people this week, specifically the CEO of Palms West. She's an interim CEO. And she has asked for some time to go speak with HCA management to see if they can come up with some other uses for the spot that they're doing at Seminole and Orange for an emergency room 24/7. So I just want to let you know that we're working on that diligently. We'll keep you posted. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you for that. It's automatic. Yeah, it's loud. Can we lower it a little? Does it have a volume? It never was that loud before. It's a little startling. Funny, while we're waiting, we did talk about adding poll locations during reviews, so Daniel's gonna start. Yeah, Dennis, because there's not always an address. We talked about that, but.
I'm sorry, that was me trying to lower it.
Okay. Well, that's okay. That's okay. It'll be better later. Thank you. Thank you. Any more cards? No more cards. Okay, great. Yes.
I'd like to ask, I made the statement earlier, and it's kind of an answer to Pia's question, but I also want legal and engineering to verify. It is my understanding that that whole area east of Royal Palm Beach Boulevard, including west, Unit 1, paid for all their own paving. There was subsequent paving that was done when it was connected to State Road 7 that was done by the county and then turned back over to Indian Trail. But right now, the only the only plan that those unit one roads are in is in unit one. It's not in any road plan.
It was separate.
And we specifically, as I recall, excluded it from the R3.
Yes.
And anybody that wants the background on that can actually talk with legal about it.
Well, it was just that they did it and that they were taking the brunt of all the traffic. Anyway.
But we did not put it in the R3 because we were going to be doing bond financing, and we did not want there to be any allegation that would change the status of those roads, because they were paid for always by unit one, maintained by unit one. And if we got bond financing on the R3, we did not want there to be any question that somehow that made it changed its status from being a unit one publicly accessible Indian Trail road rather than something else. So that's it. And that is something that we need to grapple with in the future. But I agree that those roads take a lot of traffic, but at the same time, there could be future considerations that people need to remember.
Through the chair.
Yes.
Just to clarify that it is in the defined R3 unit, but I'm not disagreeing with anything. We did not include any improvements to Orange Grove, but it is in the boundary of the R3 unit.
Thank you. Okay, very good. And we had no online cards, correct? Okay, very good. All right, supervisor business. Michael. Rich?
Hope everybody had a nice spring break. So, Ms. Waite, you brought up Key Lime and Paul, I know you live there. So there was not just one crash there recently, there were two crashes there, both resulting in rollovers. So that's your right angle crash. It's a T-bone type crash. So I was informed of that. I was able to go out to one of the crashes and ended up meeting up with the husband, who the wife was trauma alerted to St. Mary's, but she seems to be doing okay, last I was told. So yes, that was one of the 10 worst intersections, and it 100% is. So yes, two crashes there just recently. One was last week while I was on vacation. I was notified of that as well, and both resulting in rollovers. We have a problem out here because even though for some reason that intersection seems to get a lot, it can happen at any of them. And a lot of those intersections that weren't even on our top 10 list, I've had multiple rollover, T-bone fatalities, trauma alerts out west of Seminole Pratt that weren't even on those. So all these intersections are very, very concerning to me. And we will be definitely keep pushing forward with the county to do this, because this has been way too long for a good resolution. This has been talked about long before I was on the board, talked about while I was on the board, and this isn't right. And our residents deserve better. And we have a lot of cut through traffic, and I'm disappointed that we're not further with this yet. I don't think it's any fault of anybody here or staff. It's from somewhere else. Okay. A gentleman that I met, I had stopped by the office, and a gentleman by the name of Mr. Rogers was here, and he was speaking with Heidi Garcia up front. And he sent me a text, and he wanted me to inform everybody about Walter and our crew. He had some work done on his road and his swale. And he sent me a text telling me how the crews went above and beyond with his road, got it done. And he just said everybody was fantastic and wanted me to inform. So Mr. Rogers, I'm letting you know that, and Walter and his crew, that we appreciate that you were happy with the job that was done. And also the young lady in front, that was Heidi. So a couple other good things. You guys know I talk to everybody. Recently at Publix and at the gas station, I was recognized, and just some regular residents said that thank you ITID for what you guys are doing. They weren't specific about anything. They just said they appreciate the works of the district. One person said that his road is always in great shape and graded, and was very happy with it. Adult Softball League. It was brought to my attention that, I don't know if I spoke about this or not, but it was brought to my attention that there was a couple little issues with the field. I relayed the information, and it was Mr. Sisolak and Mr. Lawrence were immediately on top of it and took care of the problem. So thank you for that. And a couple other things, just a little bit unrelated, but I think it's worthy to talk about. So I put a post. I'm not a big Facebook person at all, but I actually put a post on, and recently at a high school baseball game, my son's on the Seminole Ridge team. One of the boys on his team, his grandfather was there, and his grandfather lives behind the high school and the acreage, and he is a World War II veteran. And not only is he a World War II veteran, he's a Korean veteran and a Vietnam veteran. So this guy's provided a lifetime of service. And our team was down pretty big, and we were making a formidable comeback, and the coach went to the bench and brought in a pinch hitter. And the pinch hitter was this guy's grandson. And the kid hits a nice single up the middle. We were on a rally, and we ended up almost making a comeback in our last at bat. But we lost by a couple runs. What was so amazing about it is that we brought the gentleman out onto the field. He had the biggest smile on his face seeing his grandson hit that single up the middle. And the boys on the team, without being told how respectful they were, went to this gentleman, shook his hand, thanked him for his service. And when I see young men like that, you know, these young teenagers out there playing this game and being a part of a team, that they realized what kind of team this gentleman was on his whole life, and the respect that they showed some of our boys from this neighborhood. It made me really proud. I was very happy with what I saw that night. So real quick, I'll try to wrap this up real quick to correlate with that. We came home 2 months ago, and you know, I still got kids in school, so spring break's very important to us and to spend time with them. And my wife says, we're going to France. That's not your typical spring break trip. And I said, okay. Well, something that's been on my bucket list was to go to Normandy, France, and to visit the beaches of D-Day, which is something we did. She knew how to get me to France, right? So thinking of that gentleman while I was there, thinking of my wife's two grandfathers who served in the Army in Europe. One was shot, the other one was captured, but he ended up being released. They both survived. Other people that I know that I come in contact with out in the acreage over the years of working out here. We have a couple World War II vets, one who was on D-Day, and he said he was missing his jaw, and when the landing craft door dropped, he got shot by German. And just to see that and be standing on Omaha Beach and going to the cemetery where over 9,000 American soldiers are buried was something that you have to be a part of it to believe it, and, you know, be there, and just to go back and think what these people have gone through to build this country so we can be where we are today. I'm thankful every day when I see the vets and stuff. So just wanted to share that with you. And if you ever wanted to go on vacation and go see something like that, reach out to me. I can tell you the do's and the don'ts. We learned a lot, and there's a lot to see. And if you think you can see it in 3 or 4 days, you're mistaken. I'll leave it at that. But thank you for listening to those stories. And I'm always here. You know, if anybody needs to reach out with anything, you know how to get a hold of me. Thank you.
I've conveyed to Burgess a number of complaints from residents, which were, I don't have a list here, but they were resolved quickly and residents are very happy with those resolutions and so I thank staff for that. In addition, I do think that there are people who are recognizing the work that the district is doing. And I think I forwarded an email to you from a resident that was very, very happy and wanted to pass that on to staff, and I asked Burgess to do so. So that's good. I didn't get to have as much of a fun trip as you did over spring break. But it is always good to have a break and spend time with family. And I was grateful to be able to have that break. The next couple of months are going to be extremely busy for us as board members and staff. But also I want the community to be aware that we're going to be, starting to focus on the budget again. And one of the things that I've heard a lot over the past year, a lot of questions and a lot of concerns about where our tax dollars are going. And so I want to make sure that everyone is aware that we're coming into that budget cycle, and we want you to be involved. We want to hear what you have to say because we're elected to represent you. So for things like mowing and things like canal maintenance, those things all come into the planning and the budget. So that's all I have.
My apologies. I skipped over something. And I had a few requests for some potholes that were a problem for some residents. I got a couple different places. Mr. Robinson got on that immediately, and I was informed very, very quickly after relaying the information that the potholes were fixed. So Mr. Robinson, thank you for getting your people on that. Appreciate it.
I do have something. Almost forgot. Loxahatchee Groves will be hosting at the college over on Southern Boulevard, the Southern Boulevard Color Corridor Study. Saturday, March 28th, starting at 10 a.m. with an open house, 10:30 open presentation, 11 citizen input, table session and lunch, and a citizen presentation and closing remarks. And then again on Monday, 5:30 open house with input posters, 6 o'clock the presentation. That's up at the Palm Beach State College, 15845 Southern Boulevard, Loxahatchee. Please get involved with what's going on in our area. That's this Saturday, March 28th. Yeah. So.
Thank you. I'm just going to bring that up. So thank you very much, Sadie. It's nice. I too have some really good staff feedback, issues brought to staff that were handled right away. So I want to thank you guys. I'm not going to name anybody individually, but you all know who you are. We've got some new elected officials in our midst around us in the municipalities. So of course we want to welcome them, and hopefully, we'll be working with them on issues that affect us all. And we are, of course, not forgotten about in those issues. And the county has some new plans that they're looking at through the Tourist Development Board. They are doing 10 feasibility studies on different amazing, potentially amazing tourists venues and different things. So I just want everybody to keep an eye on those things as they're coming down the pike. Some might be done sooner, some might be done in 20 years, but some are good chance some are going to affect us. So just keep those things in mind as you're going. I want to thank everybody again for being here and being part of the process. I know it's a lot to absorb. We do have growing pains. We've got new systems in place. We had to get with technology. And no, we're not fully relying on AI, but unfortunately the cloud is the place. And it's I'm sure we have plenty of backup. That we would never lose our data. And plans in place that protect our data, I'm sure. That obviously we're not gonna, talk about publicly, right? So, but all those things are always taken into consideration. So we're not fully relying, there's always going to be a person behind the keyboard. We will never, fully rely on that. And again, just thank you, everyone. And this is a village. It takes a village and it takes all of us. So I think considering what we're up against, we've got a lot going on. Everybody is working hard and making things happen. So thank you very much.
I didn't realize that this is the supervisor business that we have at the end of the agenda normally, so I'm a little discombobulated, but there is one thing that I wanted to bring up.
Sure.
And it's relating to our minutes. I'd like to take a suggestion that was given when we were at the FOSI conference this past summer. One of the attorneys that did the presentation anyway, as it relates to
Not
minutes,
verbatim.
said we
We've
do
had
not
that.
need to have
Yes,
verbatim.
I've
All we
said that.
need is to be recording the actions
Mhm.
taken at a
Said that.
meeting. And direction. So actions being motions, direction, consensus, those kinds of things. I would like to recommend that we change immediately how we're doing our minutes because we're behind, but it also costs us money, a lot of money. And I'd like to save that money. And with the new system that we have, the agenda becomes like a live agenda during the
Mhm.
meeting.
That's
And
the
then it
point.
becomes a recording of the motions that are made. Now, there's certain things that are not recorded during that time that, I think Miss Scarlett can figure out how to do it.
Mhm.
But in terms of discussions where there's a specific consensus or individual direction that's not on a motion, I think there's a
Scarlett
way
can
that
add that. Yes, yes.
but that can be typed during the
Mm-hmm.
meeting on a separate screen. And I just want to streamline this and save us some money and get these minutes done
Yes.
quicker. I also brought to staff's attention that we have not had our minutes posted on our website for quite some time. Like I think all of 2025, even though the minutes were done, they're not on there. And right now we're just up to October. So I apologize to the community because I've gotten several phone calls from people saying, where are all the minutes? And I had to start digging. And so anyway, I'd like to see that cleaned up. Frank mentioned something and I've been thinking a lot about this lately because when I first got on the board, we actually had a spreadsheet, or not a spreadsheet, a list of resolutions. And that resolution, there was also something else that went to specific direction that the board made and motions, okay? And it was recorded, and at some point it got behind and we never got caught up on it. And now I'm not even sure that Mike's aware of that list. Did you ever see it? Okay. Yeah. So it goes back to, when I was relatively new on the board, and then through transition, it got lost and never prioritized again. However,
It should be.
it was one of the main reasons that we approved the position for Scarlett. And so tie this into what Frank said. There are programs, and I'm sure that we are already looking into this in terms of the website and the GovNow or whatever the hell it is. I don't know what the names of them all are now, but they actually can record and number, and it can be available almost immediately, just like our minutes. So I would like to make sure that if we haven't already done that, that we're looking at that, and that we make that accessible to the public as soon as possible. Okay, thanks.
Thank you. Yes, we've talked about the minutes and that exact class that we had gone to. So that's a work in progress there. Okay. Moving on to 8.2. Board to review, discuss, and take action as needed. Supervisor Argue, you had requested this?
So. Let's go.
Mhm.
The.
Mhm.
Complaint. From, a member of the public.
Mhm.
Regarding, the gator. Your mic. I'm sorry, I'm trying to find this. Is it 8.2? What, motion or where? Oh. Okay. I did not know that. So there was this email that was submitted. It's in the backup. It was available on the agenda packet. And I think the thing that concerns me the most is as it relates to law and procedures and policy. And constitutionally, our members, we're first of all, as a board, we're sworn to, we swear an oath to uphold the Constitution. And our members, we are a government entity. We're not a city, we're not a state or federal, but we are held to the same things. And I think that members of the public should be able to express how they feel. I've been here for a long time, so I've seen it all. I've seen people come up and or be screaming during meetings. I never, ever, ever have seen a board supervisor request somebody be removed from a meeting during a break, let alone during a meeting. Okay. And I've seen fist fights up here and that hasn't happened. So I would just like to remind this board that members of the public are the people that we are elected to represent. They're angry for a reason. They're asking questions because they're entitled to answers. Okay. And there is a respectful way to do that. But sometimes when they're sitting out there, they're so heated about it and they don't feel like they're getting an opportunity to speak, or they don't feel like they had been heard, or maybe it's something that they haven't had. Maybe they already had their comment and then there's subsequent things that happen. Now, what happened in this particular thing, I don't want to relive it all, but I will state in summary from my perspective that there were unsubstantiated allegations made by a board member multiple times. And that's what led to certain members of the public being very upset with this board and the fact that it wasn't being addressed. But it resulted in, during a break, a board member requesting that a member of the public be removed. And under law, you have no authority to do that. Not one of us. She wasn't doing anything wrong. She wasn't threatening anyone. And it was during a break. She wasn't disrupting a meeting even. So I have a problem with that because that actually creates liability for this district. And she has set this out very clearly in her email. So that's the reason why I wanted this on here. The issues with respect to the budget amendment is another concern that I have heard murmurings about. And I have serious concerns about this. This ties into what we were talking about in terms of the process of checks. How the heck do we go $900,000 over in a category? And where did that $900,000 come from? And we're not talking about it as a board. And from where I come from, and as long as I've been on this board, that's a major problem. Okay? And somebody needs to be held to account for it. Because I also found out recently that the money that we had set aside for parks projects where the board was going to direct where that money was going is actually not actually set aside. It's just in the general fund because we never reallocated it during the budget. Unbeknownst to me, I don't know if you guys are aware of that. So where did that money go? And I've asked for an accounting of it. So I'm angry about it as a board member who has been here, who has seen a lot of stuff go on. And this makes my blood boil. So when I'm a member of a public sitting out there who's paying taxes and is asking and demanding answers and then getting ridiculed for it, and then being requested to leave a meeting because she's trying to talk to her elected official, that's a problem. And it seems that the adopted rules that we have are only for certain people. And I specifically questioned when we adopted those rules, this is going to apply to everyone. Okay? So that's why I wanted to bring this up. And I respectfully request that this issue of the $900,000 be added to the next agenda.
Taking an Usha moment for a second, because I gotta tell you, my heart is racing right now because of the claim of, I believe you were outside when that incident took place.
No, actually, I wasn't. I have a video of Rich running back to his seat so he could videotape the officer escorting her out. Would you like to see that video? I'll send it to you.
Yeah, I think I would.
Yeah.
So, because I was a witness to what was happening there.
Yeah, I
'Cause-
saw you.
Okay,
Yeah.
let me finish, because I let you talk the whole time. Okay. I was standing right behind him. I had actually passed a couple of times while he was speaking to her, and he was listening to her. And when he went to walk away because it was enough, she put her hands on him. She put her hands on him, and in fact, I believe there was another civilian that was in here that said it's time for her to leave. And I said it was time for her to leave also. I think I said it was time for her to leave before Miss Supervisor Vasilati said anything. So, and I think I'm a sworn person. I'd be willing to swear it to a police report. I'd be wherever to state I witnessed her put her hands on him. Whether it was,
Stop, watch the video.
okay,
Watch the video.
okay. So I can say what I saw with my own eyes. She went to stop him from walking away. I believe that's when she was asked to be removed. I agree that everybody has a right to make their comments. I agree that they can have a discussion with the supervisor. I draw the line at the point when a supervisor is trying to walk away and somebody puts their hands on them. This is not the day and age to do that anymore. That's fine.
But this person was sitting right behind.
Correct.
And it's not-
I was right behind Mr. Vasilati to the side passing when I saw her put her hands on him to stop him from walking away. So,
Let's watch the video. Yes. Let's watch the video. You can see my hands are behind me.
so I would say that we need to make sure that that's all I have to say about this situation.
And just if I may, look, I appreciate Pia, you would like to make comments. This is an agenda item, and this is exactly what concerns the board in terms of disrupting a meeting. So I'm going to respectfully request that you wait until your opportunity to come up to the podium and speak. But right now, the board is speaking, and I do not want this to continue.
Thank you.
Good.
A second.
So what happened that night was unfortunate. And yes, I did have a conversation with a member of the audience that was aggressive. I'm not, words don't hurt me, okay? But I did realize that enough was enough. and I did attempt to walk back to my seat, and it's clearly shown on the video that I was cut off. You were outside. It's very clear, Ms. Argue, that you came in after. You can see yourself walking in. There was another resident that was up front who thought this person potentially was going to hit me. It was said to me. I'm not, whether that was going to happen or not, we don't know, you know, but the person was aggressive, did cut me off. But I will say that this person who does get angry from time to time, out of a lot of the residents that we hear and speak with and listen to up here, I actually, every time this person speaks, I take into account everything she says, because I do think she brings good information to the board. So I do pay attention to her. However, being aggressive or trying to cut me off going to my seat, and it's on the video, whether you meant to or not, I'm sorry that this happened. Okay. And I appreciate what you bring to us, and hopefully in the future, nothing like this will happen again. But however, I also do think that if residents are going to be disruptive or aggressive, this isn't the place for it. And we should not have that in here ever, up here, out there. And I'm looking forward to better meetings. I think tonight's meeting's been really great so far. And that's all I'm going to say about it. Okay. Yeah.
All right.
It is an agenda item, and so my question.
There's no action, though. So normally we don't have public comment during action without an
It's an
action.
agenda item. If there's. Oh, I'm gonna make a motion that there be some sort of sanction for the behavior that happened. So under our policy,
Behavior on whose end?
on your end,
On my end?
yes.
But if you take a reflection of what you're saying here, okay? I was trying to walk back to my seat. I got cut off. But when we talk
I
about,
did watch the video.
okay, when we
You,
talk,
you see something different.
no, there's different angles, and each angle shows something, and depending on the camera angle, shows it can be more aggressive. Okay? There were two other witnesses who also felt the same way. I don't want to harp on that. I think we should just move forward from this and look for better, because if we're going to start talking about behavior and things like that, I've seen some bad behavior in here. So I don't even want to bring it up. So I say we just move forward from this and be done with it.
Can you explain why you came back to your seat and you actually videotaped a resident being removed from the meeting by a police officer? Why did you do that?
Sure.
Because that just really, in my opinion, put salt on the wound.
Yeah, there's no salt on the wound. The
Why did you do
video is for the protection of the member, the PBSO deputy, and this board and myself. There's nothing wrong with that. And you got a copy of it. It's not been sent to anybody. It's not out there. It's not to inflame anything. It was for the protection of everybody, plain and simple.
Okay. So tied to the same thing, I have seen you and witnessed you speaking to PBSO before meetings and specifically pointing out people in the public like you have concerns. PBSO is not here for your personal little gripe. That's an abuse of power. I do not think that should ever be happening, ever.
Okay, keep in mind, what you're saying here is without evidence.
Okay.
You're making that up, and you
No,
have
I'm-
no
I've
idea
witnessed
what
it.
you.
I've personally been asked after you have gone up to a PBSO officer outside after a meeting, and then they come over and tell me that I have to leave. Okay? Because you've gone over there and you've said something to them.
So are you talking about you or
Why-
you?
why are you
You're talking about you
You should
now.
not be speaking or giving any directions to PBSO.
I can speak to
It should all
PBSO
go
how and when I want to.
As it
and
relates
that's all.
to,
Okay, so thank
it's
you.
an
I'm
abuse.
done. I'm done. There's no
It's an
abuse here.
abuse.
There's absolutely no abuse, but thank you. Appreciate it.
will say this. In a way, it was good that we had this conversation. And I think all in all, I agree. Things look like they're getting better. And I like to see that because I've been trying for a long time to make that happen. I think we can do much better together. I say it all the time. And we're not always going to agree, but I don't think anybody has any ill intent at all. There's perception, and I understand that, and that's just human nature. And what I would like to see from here is that we move on together and we work together. And I hope that we can all do that. And yes, there are going to be things that any of us don't like, and it's understandable, and the same thing from the public. But I really hope that we can do that.
I'm willing to drop this and move forward, but I don't ever want to witness that happen again. Because
I think everybody is gonna work
you
together better, and we're not gonna have to go through this anymore.
you can be upset about how I behave. Okay, it's how I do. Okay, but I have never violated somebody's constitutional right that's come to this meeting, and I've dealt with a lot of threats. I've dealt with a lot of people yelling and screaming at me. Never once have I ever done anything like that. The last thing is that we did, I just saw here, the other thing that was in here was the expenses that were being requested and the listing. And I'd like to point out that that was sent to the board, I think yesterday, with the staff time, which I had requested during the discussion of the approval of those permits. And then subsequently requested, and it took until yesterday to get. And I want to say for the record that what we've received is not complete, because the time cards that were sent do not include everybody's time. And I know for a fact that there were a number of other staff members that worked on this week after week after week for Halloween, and same thing for Christmas. And there wasn't, and their management, and they're not on there. There's no overtime showing on there. So it is not complete. It costs a lot more money, probably double, if not triple, in staff time. And I think we should be honest about what we actually spent in time. Because if our staff is actually doing something other than the job that they were hired to do, which I do not believe anybody was hired here to be running events. That is taxpayer dollars. It's paying them to be doing that rather than doing something else. And if we're paying overtime, that money can be going to something else, like maintaining somebody's swale or a bazillion other things I can think of. So again, it was not accurate. And there were public records requests, and I asked, and none of those individuals received that information that I had particularly requested for the board, myself, but I also said public record. And they have not gotten it. So I would respectfully request that we complete that and that we send it to the people that requested it in the first place, as well as the board.
Thank you.
And I'm going to leave the whistleblower lawsuit alone for now, but I have serious concerns about that whole situation as well.
All right, well, we're not gonna discuss that here.
We are going to talk about some of the peripheral issues.
Hi. First of all, I want to say that I do think it's gone better tonight. I don't know what, maybe y'all smoked something or drank something before you came, but parsley, I don't know, a little time, but it seems to be a little calmer, and that's always good for everybody. So I thank you for that too. You know, I come here because this is my community and because I care. And I have some good ideas. Some of them are not so good. I supported some of you in the elections and I didn't support others of you, but I want to hear from all of you. And what has, in my mind, elevated this is the fact that you all have not all shown each other respect. And so when you disrespect people that I voted for, that I feel strongly about, I react to that. I'm uncomfortable with that. I don't appreciate that. We asked several times for a report of the Halloween event. And if we'd gotten one, I don't think any of this would have gotten as escalated as has. A little thing. It was a little thing. It was asking for accountability. And Richard, I came to you because you were the treasurer to talk to you personally. You and I have talked before many, many times. We didn't always get along because you were, running for this and I wasn't supporting you. But, I do support the things that you do that are good. And when you do, I tell you that. If you go back to the day that every single time that I've got up here, I have tried to be nice about what I said. And yet, so many meetings, specifically, one supervisor came back and bashed the ALA, which wasn't even really involved. However it got there, it doesn't really matter. We're moving on. But just know that that didn't help. Rich, I came over you because I think you're a gentleman. You were over here. I was over here. We saw each other. We looked at each other. We walked up to talk to each other. We were having a nice conversation. I didn't get the answers that I particularly wanted. You were struggling a little bit as well. You told me that you were going to have the accounting person talk to me about that you were not responsible for the budget, et cetera, and what I didn't understand. And I said, well, what don't you think I understand? And that's at the point that maybe you started to walk away a little bit. I wasn't following you to touch you. I never touched you. And Patty, I implore you, please, because I really, really don't appreciate your saying that about me. It is not true. Please go look at the video. My hands are behind me. You and the other young lady, I forget her name, walked back and forth several times, obviously looking for something. My opinion, but it looks pretty obvious. Whatever, it really doesn't matter. The point was, I didn't do that. I was standing there like this. Yes, I unfortunately maybe moved a little closer to him because he moved a little away and he didn't want to answer me, but I never touched him. No way. I go to talk to, first of all, I'm an executive level business person. I go to talk to people all the time. I just had a conversation yesterday with the HCA interim CEO with other people here from the acreage. I go in and talk individually or with groups, with the commissioners. None of them. They may not always like what we say. And Baxter doesn't always like you, Elizabeth, or any of you when you don't agree with her. She doesn't like me when I don't agree with them either. And I expect that you won't always like me when I say something you don't like, and I may not always agree with you either. But I respect all of you. And I appreciate that you let me speak, but please don't tarnish my reputation. I'm not suing you. I could sue you. You did in fact break the law. I have a right to speak. And I believe very, very strongly in First Amendment rights, which is why I don't believe in your using a code of civility to shut each other down or to shut your constituents down. Your best bet is to listen, no matter what we say. Listen.
Thank you.
That's it.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks, guys. Thank you.
Okay. And it's not to shut anybody down. It's just to have a conversation like this. We could say what we need and just keep the decorum. It's not to shut anyone down. I assure you. No one, not anybody on that side or this side. Thank you. Okay. All right. 11-7, right? We moved. 8-3 is 11-7. Yeah, 1-7. Yeah, 11-1-7. We said, I think we said 11-7, but that's fine. Yeah, waiving procurement policy. This is a motion to approve waiving the procurement policy for competitive solicitation for capital equipment, vehicles that were adopted in the fiscal year 2026 budget, and to utilize the Florida Sheriff's Association vendors for said purchase and lease.
So I pulled this because every year that we do the budget, I always bring up, and I'm not certain that it's happening or not, but. So first of all, we're waiving our procurement policy so that we can do the Florida Sheriff's Association, but we have no idea if there's someone else that actually is cheaper. And year after year, we do the Florida Sheriff's Association. One of the things that I hear when the vehicles come to us for us to approve, this is not a blanket approval. This is us waiving the procurement policy for the purchase, but we're not waiving as a board, and we have not specifically approved every single vehicle purchase. So it still needs to come to the board. But when it comes to the board, and I'm not sure that it always is, we're always told that, no, I'm not sure that it always is. Okay? But we're told that, oh, we have to go with this vehicle with all these bells and whistles, okay? Because that's how it is in the Florida Sheriff's Office package. When I can go down the street to a dealer and say, I want to know how much it costs to buy this truck and negotiate a deal with them and get it a lot cheaper. I don't understand why we're continuing to do this. I have brought this up over and over, and I have asked that if we want to, then we should be looking at vehicles that don't have to be fully stocked and all these bells and whistles. Why are we paying extra taxpayer dollars for this? I don't like it. So that's the reason why I pulled that. I want to make sure that each one of those vehicles and the purpose of them is coming back to the board for approval, and not, oh, we had to get it in now because that's what happened last year. And we ended up paying more money because, oh, we have to get that order in right now or we're not going to get the vehicle. I don't want to hear that anymore. I want to find out, how do we save money on vehicles? I was looking at the budget from last year and we spent $1 million on vehicles last year. And I know staff had their justifications for it, but I disagree with it, and I still disagree with it. So, and I'm going to keep saying I disagree with it. So anyway, I'll make the motion to waive the policy this time, but I want us to start looking at other options and try to be competitive, not just say that it's competitive.
I just want to ask a question here, when we're talking about these vehicles and things like that. When you say bells and all the bells and whistles, are we not ordering XL models?
Yes, we order the baseline. The bells and whistles are not bells and whistles like not CD players, but
Well,
things like that.
I understand.
No, they do not. What those are, well, they're packages, but is not to make the truck nicer, more comfortable, or to make it from an XT or whatever that level is. with a
XLT or
Ford. It's
Lariat.
the fleet level full Ford. What we ask for are toolboxes, things like that, flatbeds. That's what we've asked for in the past. And the reason why we
necessary
go with the
equipment.
FRS contract or FSA, not FRS, FSA contract is because it is cheaper. And when we looked at this, when was this? 2 years ago, when we went to some of the local dealers, it was not cheaper. So we do look at that. And same way when we go through the budget process, budget workshops, we bring it to the board on what we're asking for, whether it's roads or stormwater or parks and recreation. And we bring it forward like that.
Right.
I do have a suggestion though. If you really want to save money on vehicles and even payroll, let me do what we should be doing, like a lot of the other districts, and move away from in-house. And you don't have to buy vehicles. You just contract out. And I do think over time, with the compounding of vehicle repairs, salaries, and OPEB, other pension and employee benefits, you actually will see savings. There's some things that our in-house crews do very well. Now, I'm not suggesting you get rid of them, but what you can do is in a fiscal year, and this is something I am going to bring up during the fiscal year 27 budget, is I think you should start looking at that and exploring that. Because what you can do is you can say, well, next year, I don't want to do whatever miles of road construction or millings. So we can lower it. When you have in-house employees, you still have to do something or you have to lay those employees off. So I can certainly save money. There's no doubt. And we will talk about the budget issues at the next one, because when I came to the board, I made a recommendation to lower the budget. Board said, no, keep the assessments at that level. But we'll get into that the next meeting, because I don't appreciate how I'm being described here, because for the past almost 7 years, I've done a lot more to make this finance department more transparent and to let the board have more.
Thank you. Frank?
Just a little clear, let me just clarify what the rules are that the board has adopted in the purchasing policy. Your policy here is that any expenditure more than $35,000 must go through formal public solicitation, unless there's an exception. So formal public solicitation means formal bids. You send it out, you advertise, you put together the bid package with all that paperwork that goes out. That's what a formal public solicitation is. And that's consistent with state policy, which encourages that public money be expended as much as possible to spread around to vendors who could provide the same kind of goods or services. So now there's an exception, and there's like 10 or 12 exceptions that the board has adopted in the purchasing policy. One of them is to specifically allow the use of the Florida Sheriff's Association. That is essentially a piggyback contract. The Florida Sheriff's Association, and with a piggyback contract, normally, one typical way is that you're piggybacking on the bidding process of another municipality or governmental entity that has gone through all of the steps of formal solicitation. And the state has allowed special districts to exercise the piggyback option. That wasn't always true, but the chapter 189 was amended to allow that to happen. And so the Sheriff's Association, although it's not a governmental agency, it's treated essentially as a governmental agency because they do go through all the formal steps of soliciting, but they do it on a vast scale. They just have page after page after page of every possible kind of equipment, trucks, and I'm sure Rob and Burgess could explain it better. I've looked through it, but I don't use it on a regular basis. But the goal there is that this state entity that everybody respects and that has gone through this public solicitation process and compiles vendors all over the state. They have different, like regions, for example, the same kind of equipment you might get in this region. You might find someone, or in the north of Florida, they might find something closer here to South Florida. So they have taken care of a lot of that information. So the Florida Sheriff's Association is widely regarded, used throughout the state as a cheaper alternative, as an exception to the general policy of formal public solicitation. And we have other exceptions in our current purchasing policy. Now, the state, I don't know how much this particular vehicle is, that there is I think it's $300,000 purchase. The state mandates that you must go through public solicitation. And so Indian Trail can adopt its own rules, which we have done, that are, like below $300,000 down to however far you went. The board set the threshold at $35,000. $35,000 expenditures, below $35,000 can be done administratively here, but you still have to go through this. That's why it's on the board's agenda to waive the typical requirement that for this expenditure, we're going to exercise the exception to use the Florida Sheriff's Association. And so it's not true, with all due respect, that the district could just go out and go down the street to the closest Ford dealer and instead of going through the Sheriff's Association, because your own policy that you've adopted says you can't do that. Now,
It says we can put it out to bid, and that's what
Yes,
I'm
of course.
saying. Yes,
But
that's what I'm saying.
The reason it's not done is that's an expensive process, and that's
Yeah.
typically why you go through piggybacking, is to avoid all the administrative costs of having to package, advertise, go through the selection process. It takes longer. So there are lots of advantages, and that's why local governments favor piggybacking. Is it always the best policy? I don't know, but it's certainly permitted by state law, and it's permitted by your policy. Now, if we you can always bring back the purchasing policy and re-examine the thresholds that you have established as a board, including, whether you want to exercise the option or you want to explore the other options that are available for exceptions to formal public solicitation.
Right.
I just wanted to just let you know, the purchasing policy does address that, and the reason why this is on the agenda is because it does require that before the purchase can go forward with this equipment, that the board take action to waive the formal public solicitation requirement.
And back to my point.
Yeah.
The whole purpose of this is just to waive that particular thing. However, the individual budget items will be coming back to the board. Correct?
If the board would like that, but the process that we've tried to do in the past has been to, once you approve it as part of the budget, why do we want to wait and why do we need to bring it back? But if you want us to bring it back, we'll bring it back.
And I think this is why you're taking this very personally, because you say the process, but actually I bring this up every single budget process. When we do a budget, that is a plan. We are not approving it. It's still, the details still need to come back to the board for approval. I don't know when the board ever veered away from that policy other than this keeps happening. Those individual purchases need to come and be justified to the board. When we do the budget, we're talking about a certain amount of money. What do you need that new vehicle for? That's what I'm talking about. And by the way, we here, this board is elected. We're responsible for the budget, the spending, the policies. We're responsible for that.
right.
And we hire an executive director to expedite that. I keep hearing, well, we have a policy, but when did these policies get adopted? I want to know where some of these policies are coming from. And if you want to know why I'm angry, it's because I have been a little bit disconnected over the past 6 months to a year. And I'm starting to find all these things and I have no idea where the heck it's come from. And I can't find any substantial anything. And we'll be talking about some of it tonight, like Harlina Boulevard. So anyway.
Thank you.
I made my motion.
Frank, when, not yet. Do we have a second? Second by Michael. When did this policy come into place that we would keep piggyback? When was that done?
We adopted in 2020, and I think there was a major amendment in 2022.
But what I'm trying to get to
And
is that
hold
the
on.
individual purchases have to come back. We're
Okay.
leaving the procurement policy.
I understand what you're saying. I'm trying to get some information. So this vehicle was in our 2026 budget. We approved it when,
Vehicles and equipment are budgeted and they were recommended and approved in this current fiscal year.
okay, and
Yes.
this one also. And the only reason why it's coming back to us today is because we are going to waive that. But this was already something that the board knew about, a vehicle we knew about. This is not an additional vehicle. It's not a new vehicle. Okay, thank you. All right. Do we have any public comment on this, Scarlett?
Question for the attorneys. When we approve the budget, where does it say we are approving the purchase of every item that is in that budget? I want to know. Where does it say that?
That's
Mike,
is as a part of the process.
As part of the budget process, yes, you do. You're approving up to amounts. But can I just finish, Betty? It's the board direction that you give. If that's the way you want to do it and you give direction to staff that you want to do it additional way, a different approach, you can do it that way.
you can, but the board can.
How is it unlike a contract that has to come back to the board for approval? We budget $2 million because we're going to enter into a contract for something, but we don't really know exactly how much it's going to cost or who that contract's going to be with, but we're putting it in the budget so we have the funds set aside. Ever since I have been on this board, Mary, every single item came to the board for approval. We approved the budget, but those things still came to the board. Just like, and Rob and I had these conversations when he was district manager over the sod purchases and the rock purchases. And you still needed to bring that to the board for approval, even though it was in the budget, because at the end of the day, this is a planning document, but we still need to massage how much money do we need? Where is it going? So this is where I think that we've gotten away from being a special district and trying to make it more like a city. And that's what I have a problem with.
Well, if you want, you can certainly give further direction to staff as how you want to do it. There's just.
Okay, so
it's the
we'll
board can.
we'll address this when we talk about the budget. All right, so we have a motion and
I need to be clear. Are we approving the purchase of the vehicles
made the
under the
motion.
Sheriff's Association for in this item?
The motion was
No, the
motion to
motion
waive the
waive,
policy. Was
But
to,
it still is going to come back
Yes.
to the board.
if that's what you want in your.
Okay, well, then I'm going to amend my motion
Fine.
that all of these vehicles are going to come back to the board for individual review and discussion.
Is there a second
yes, we had a
Yeah, there's a
second, but
to
Patty,
that amendment?
oh,
No, not
no.
for that amendment. I have a question though.
Michael, do you second that amendment?
I want to know if that delays. I want to know what happens if we do that, because when we do the budget, you give us a great presentation and you tell us the years of our vehicles, why they need to be replaced, how they're going to be used, what vehicles and I think even when it comes down to when you're starting to purchase, you say, we were going to get this, but we decided we could get away with this. We could go with a lesser vehicle. If we're waiting, what happens if you wait? If we do the amended version where we waive the policy, but the purchase has to come back to us to get approval, are there any issues there?
Well, then it comes back April 15th.
And does it delay anything? Do we miss things? What happens there?
Is that predictable?
I don't know. That's my thing. I mean, that's what I want to know. Like, what happens if we do delay?
The use of the vehicle and purchase of it is delayed for the next however long it is, 3 weeks.
You have the vehicle out, right? We're replacing it, or what is it doing?
Some of them are replacements, some of them is where we're ending leases, where leases have ended.
And this is where the individual details we do not get during the budget. We get a presentation, but we're not actually looking at each individual thing.
Yeah.
That's what I have to do.
That's actually not true. We go through a very extensive process on each piece of
Yeah.
equipment.
Every vehicle
yeah.
in
All
the
right, let's
presentation
get-
is given to
hold
us
on.
and we review it all.
Okay,
And why, the ages and everything.
okay. Did you want to second the amended motion?
No, I mean, your presentation, X amount of vehicles, the vehicles, the Florida Sheriff's obviously highly, upheld. I mean, what would be, I get it, every vehicle you're gonna look at it when you get it through, but
It's also.
no, I know, and I remember Rob talking about getting, dump trucks built and how long in the time frame going through the Florida Sheriff's, but to get they know how many they need and what the budget is to get them. If they go over that budget on one or two vehicles, then they're not gonna get the next vehicle out of that budget. So to stay in the budget with X amount of vehicles presented, only makes sense. And I mean, are we gonna take the package that the sheriff presents us and take that to Al Packer and say, can you do better? I mean, is that what you're saying? Like, take the individual.
No, I'm not saying that. What we're doing, and this is why I'm questioning this, we're waiving the purchasing policy for these particular things, which would require it to go out for bid. But we should not. We budgeted the money for it, but each one of these individual things should come back to the board for approval, because what has happened in the past is, that bulldozer that we budgeted $200,000, we can now get for $150,000. Don't you think we as a board should know that we're paying $50,000 less? We saved money here, and then therefore that money's going to go up here. Or what if it's $250,000? So again, we're responsible. I think this should be coming back, and it always did. I don't know when we got away from this.
I wanted to just clarify, and I'm going to let Frank clarify the comment that I just made with regards to the contracts.
Well, I think that one issue that's confusing the discussion is the title of this action. This is the staff is asking for the board to approve a contract for the purchase of a particular vehicle. The only way that can go forward, because the vehicle is more than $35,000, I assume. What is this vehicle? What exactly is it that they're buying?
Chair, there are several. There's pickup trucks, excavators, minis, skid steers. These are to replace.
So it's a
either
whole series of
existing. Yes, there is.
The
There's multiple
specifications
items
are
in there.
available.
That is correct.
And those,
Back up. There's nothing but a list of.
well, I would say, because of that, I would suggest that this be carried over to the next meeting so that information can be provided to the board. So they can individually see.
It has been provided through the budget process, and we're creating a bureaucratic redundancy here that's unnecessary.
Well,
I think we're required to approve it under the statutes. Beyond just a budget, but that's illegal to opine on.
It's a contract. You're being asked to approve a contract with multiple purchases. There is a contract, like that's what you will get from the Florida Sheriff's Association. And the specification, each of the vehicles that are being purchased are listed. They have specifications. That information is available. Now, is that information provided to the board when they adopt a budget that says, here's a block of funds that to be set aside for vehicle? That's kind of the question I think that Supervisor Argue is mentioned. So
is there
Supervisor Argue, I don't know if this will help. I have the budget up that was adopted. Would you want to see where we listed the vehicles? Would that help? No?
The budget as
Okay.
separate from actually approving the individual purchases under the budget.
Okay.
I don't think this is very.
I would like to see
And
it.
if we're approving a contract, entering into a contract for things, I think this is a significant, I don't even know how much money we're approving right now.
Okay. Raquel, would you put that up, please? Excuse me for this.
She's looking this up. Burgess, when you put the budget together, you give an estimate of what each vehicle lease wise, because you guys look at leases prior to the budget and purchasing and give us the options of lease and purchase. You give us the amounts of it and the expected amount.
And usually the make and model, all of that. And a lot of them are off a current lease, where we're either buying out the lease or entering into lease. You want to explain how you go through that, Mr. Robinson?
So when we go into the budget year, we take our recommendations and we get quotes from John Deere, from Ford, from whatever, Peterbilt. this way we know we have these price, and that's one thing, they're an FSA. So they are locked in for that fiscal year. And then some of the ones in the past, especially during COVID, Ford only makes 100,000 vehicles, let's just say, that's available to FSA. And when they're sold out, they're sold out. And then you have to source them either locally or do a formal solicitation for them. We've never done that here before for pickup trucks and whatnot, because we go through the FSA and they do discount those significantly. I know through the John Deere, anybody sitting in the audience could not go out and buy that same vehicle or equipment because they're not a government entity. So Deere significantly discounts them to us. Also with Ford, it's just a blanket rollout. It's an XL pickup truck, you know. I wish they sold them to the public for 45,000 for an F-250. So getting back to that, everything that we have, we spec out, we put the budget together based off of what those quotes are from John Deere, from Ford, that are on the FSA. And then we back those up. What we've been trying to do is, rather than doing the purchase and outright, we've been leasing them. So those payments are significantly less during the course of the year. So it gets us the ability to get more equipment without having to pay the whole nut. So with the skid steers, those things are high utilization. So make a long story short, and everything now with the electronics, I wish they made them like they used to 10 years ago. With the emissions and the electronics on them, they're just, the bigger stuff we're seeing good hours on, but with the repairs and everything on the older fleet, it's just, every time we use one of the bigger Bobcats brands, it ends up going in for a repair for an emission. We get about a week and a half on it, and then it goes in the shop for a month with a $9,000 bill to replace something on the EGR system. So when we put the budget together, those aren't just estimates. Those are numbers that are pretty much locked in off the FSA.
I think just to follow up on that, so the specifications that the staff goes through are based on the FSA contract. The FSA contract is not a one every month sort of thing. It's an annual, right? Correct, Rob? And so those, I know they're in different cycles. It's just more complicated.
Yeah, it is. It can be a 1 or 3 year cycle depending on how often that contract comes available. And some of them, because of steel prices fluctuate, they can put an addendum on them, but they lock them in for a solid year.
So the prices are not going to be different from, as long as you're in the same bidding cycle of FSA as they were when the budget was adopted.
Yes, that's correct.
So the specs should be available at the time of the budgeting process. So when you get to that portion of the budget where the board is discussing purchasing equipment, those specs should be made available, it seemed to me. So for the items that you're proposing to purchase, to put in the budget, so that they would be available. So it's so many dollars with a certain amount, and then with a link or something that takes you to the specifications. I seem to remember seeing something like that.
That was done with the ag equipment. Yeah, those are all listed out in details. With the skid steers, they're pretty much boilerplate, and with the F-250s, nothing's really spec'd out. The only thing we add on is we get an extra bucket because we're using multiple buckets. Sometimes we need a ditching bucket, sometimes we need a rock bucket. That's the only extra, item we'd be adding on. And all those are also on the FSA.
There is even a dollar for meeting. So did you?
Yeah, I just wanted to show you in the budget how it was done this year for the current year we're in. So what you're seeing on the screen now is the parks budget. And so under the capital outlay, equipment and vehicle, the only thing parks had for this year was one F-250. And then if I go to roads department, those are the equipment and vehicles that were approved for roads. And then for stormwater department, their vehicles and equipments get split. So these were the equipment that M1 would pay for, their portion of the cost to M1. And then similarly in M2, those are the equipment that would be paid for out of M2. Sorry.
In other words, there is not a specific place where we have all that information that on this is the amount that we're approving and that we approved it as part of the budget. It to me, it
No,
flies
this
in the
was the
face that
budget.
we approve in the budget a bunch of different things that we're going to spend money on and their estimates. You go back to parks, go back. They're locked in terms of $200,000 is going there, but we don't know that it's actually going to cost 200,000. It could cost 175. Where's the details for it? Again,
Okay, so what's your,
to let this go, but I do think that it should be coming for specific board approval, not we're waiving the procurement policy, that it actually should be the purchase. We're approving the purchase of these individual things.
okay, so you want,
this is
you
a
want us
lot
to
of money.
include the spec sheets, is what you're saying? So that you can see the detail of
could-
what is,
Even though it's in
what
the
it is.
budget, the actual, we did the budget, we started talking about this in April. And by the way, there are things that have changed since then. Maybe we don't need this. Maybe we need to go in a different direction. So, I just, why do we go out for bid for, I'm going to use sod. Why do we go out for bid for any of these other things? All those contracts come to the board for approval, but yet we're going to exclude certain things like vehicles that, again, I'm trying to point out to this board, used to always come to the board for specific approval and purchase. And now it doesn't. Now it's treated like it's already approved in the budget and it doesn't need to come to the board for approval. That's what I'm trying to point out.
I'm sorry you mentioned that since April, we may not need these, or maybe we need to go in a different direction. Do we need these vehicles?
Yes, they're replacement or programmed into this year's operations moving forward into the future. So yes, we would not ask for them. Actually, what happens is we usually try to extend equipment and vehicles for as long as we can.
No, just substitutes.
Michael said he wanted he wants to stick to the first motion, so we don't have a second for the amended.
That's true.
So now we're voting on the
Original
original
motion.
one.
Okay, so then I withdraw that motion because again, this does not say we are actually approving the purchase of the equipment. It says we are approving the waiver of the procurement policy for the solicitation. It
this.
does not say that we are approving the vehicle.
Correct.
I actually think it's the wording
That we're
actually
adopting.
of what we have it in the agenda because.
Yeah, I
it's-
withdraw my motion.
Okay, but just what Frank was pointing out to me is that it was a piggyback contract. So it is the contract and you're waiving the bid requirements and you're going to approve the piggyback contract. Now, if you want to ask finance to attach those as part of this motion, and if that would make you fit, give it a little bit more specificity, but that's what you are. You're approving it as a piggyback contract in accordance with what you budget.
Okay, so do we have a motion to approve it in the way it's written?
And do we have a second by Mr. Johnson? Okay.
Okay, any comment card on this, Scarlett? Okay,
It still shows Betty and
Yeah,
Michael, so we need
yeah.
to change that.
yeah,
See?
okay, so Patty's, do it again, please, Michael. Okay. And now we can call the vote. Yes. Okay, see that passes 4-1. I would like to add to make sure that when next time we have to do this, to have those additional details included, just so we don't have to have any questions. Okay, all right. Next item, does anybody need a break?
I do, but can we just do the Piper Sandler?
Sure,
subject matter quick?
absolutely,
Why are
absolutely.
we engaging Piper Sandler?
So I forget the exact board meeting, but it was when we had the discussion of ACP like financing. Board had also asked to look at including Temple and Sycamore Park in financing to replace both the tennis and basketball courts at both of those parks. So we are asking to engage with Piper Sandler to do something similar where they go out on our behalf to find the best financing rates we can for the ACP lighting, which is approximately $1.8 million to replace those lights. And then we're working on the Temple and Sycamore. But I believe at the last, we discussed this, it was around $1 million apart to replace those courts. However, Mr. Robinson went out and we're looking at the concrete underneath the courts at Temple Park. And that might not need to be completely repaired, just partially. So we would not have to tear it all out, but they're working on that now. So this allows us, the current agreement that you have with Piper Sandler is exclusive to the 640-acre expansion of the M1. In the future, if we were to go out to bond on that.
I'm sorry, what did you say? What does the 640 have to do with this?
No, I'm saying you have a separate agreement with Piper Sandler, but we cannot use that for this. It's exclusive to the 640. That one is exclusive. This one would be only for the ACP lights, Temple and Sycamore. And that was at the board's request to replace, not to do what we had recommended as part of the budget, but to actually replace both the tennis and basketball courts, which means the asphalt, the resurfacing and lining and all of that.
So are these considered capital improvement?
Yes.
Okay. Mary, are we allowed to do a bond on a capital improvement on something that's not actually in the recreational plan?
The lights and the courts are in the recreation.
All of those things, and we're allowed to.
That's fine. If you don't have to amend the water thing, it would still be.
Okay, and so have we approved exactly what we're looking for and the amount that we're trying to go to? Because this is another bond that is gonna, and I brought this up when we talked about this at the last meeting, that we had that other money, and I found out subsequently that we don't have that other money. So
Well-
apparently the board needs to direct that that money be allocated. And was that money that we were previously planning on using for park improvements actually considered in the amount of what needs to be done?
No,
So-
no, it was not, because we were asked to bring this forward to find the financing for it, because did not want to take it out of the or the reserves, and that is where that parks money resides. But again, want to reiterate, during I forget if it was 24 or 25, when I made the recommendation to lower, board said we do not want to lower, just keep it the same. As I explained to you the other day, it was not exclusive to only parks. It was other entities either. And at the end of the operating budget, if there's not anything earmarked, and there was nothing earmarked for that money, then it automatically goes into the fund balance or into the reserve. The only entity cannot access the fund balance. I could also not access that, I think it was $1 million or a little over $1 million. It had only the board could do that. And that's the way we had set it up when we discussed it during the budget workshop and then the subsequent budget adoption. So
Right,
we
so-
never had to use that. We never requested to use that money.
Right, but so where I think the board said specifically, this has to come to the board for approval for spending the money.
And
My understanding is it was the same way as the $2.5 million or whatever it is that we have for the R2. Okay, that we set aside, we allocated. That's what I thought we did with that money. And I don't know whether the rest of the board had a different understanding, but it was not my understanding. When the board says we want this money to be spent for this and we want it to come to us for approval, then I assume that that's set aside, that's earmarked. And it was not earmarked. So is the money, if we were to
But
take it out of the reserve,
at the time, Mr. Cabrera and I were very upfront about it. It would not be rolled over. It would go into the reserve. And when it goes into the reserve, only the board can access it. So if you want to use it for parks, you can certainly use it for parks. You want to use money that was through the M2 or the M1 for projects within there, board has that
you
ability.
can't do that because this is recreation.
But my point is only the board can access that. So if you want to access those funds, what we were asked to do was bring back, this originally was when we went through this current fiscal year's budget workshop, we said we want to do ACP and we want to do either some type of financing so you would not have to hit assessments or pull from the reserve to do that. And we set aside money. Miss McIntosh just had it up to do a temporary resurfacing on the tennis and basketball courts only at Temple. I had one or two board members, as we were getting ready to come forward with that, say, I'm not so sure I want to do that. And I said, well, that's the board direction. That's what was approved, but we'll put it back on the agenda for the board to reconsider or give different direction. And that's where this came from, was at that point, the board said, let's look at just replacing the tennis courts and basketball courts at both Temple and Sycamore as part of this package. And let's see how much it would cost and then bring it back. So we still have to bring back the costs for Temple. We still have to bring back the costs for Sycamore Park. We already know what the costs are for the ACP lighting. And if the board chooses that they don't want to do Temple or Sycamore, then the only thing that Piper Sandler would work on would be for the ACP lights, and that's it. So it's entirely up to the board.
So the engagement letter is open-ended.
It's
with
only
respect to
for these three projects, but if you decide that, hey, we don't want to go out and do this, then they do not include it in that project. We originally The original one we had in here was only for ACP lighting, and we added the Temple and Sycamore at the board's request. Because
So we're borrowing money to get those things done that we previously had money set aside.
we had money set aside that went into the fund balance, but it is up to, or into the reserve, but it is up to the board to determine what you want to do. You want to use those funds, you can. But that's not what we were tasked with. We were tasked with bringing this back the way we're bringing it back.
That's why I wanted that pulled, as I wanted that explanation, and I'm just gonna leave it at that for now.
We have a motion. Do we have a second? We have a second. Any cards, Scarlett? Okay, call the vote, please. Okay, see that motion passes 5-0. Does we need a break? Is everybody good? A break? Okay, it's 10 after, 10 minutes. So you're good, 10 minutes? So no later than 20 after. Actually 9:07. We've got three of us, so we could get started again. The next item up is 8.4. Do we have, yeah, Ms. Larson's here. There's Betty. Okay. 8.4, request by landowner regarding Harlina Drive. Staff recommendation is to continue the installation. Mr. Hanson?
Yes, thank you. So at the last board meeting, we did have a landowner come to ask the board to withdraw Harlina Drive from the millings installation. And I do have Mr. Lester on as well, so he can explain the process that we use and why we do it. But basically, when we're in an area and we're doing either a staff or a lottery petition milling road, we try to do the roads around it. So we don't need to bring back graders and things like that, or remobilize in that area later to mill a couple roads. These roads are, most of these roads along this section of Cheatham Hill are approximately 1/8 of a mile. They're not a quarter or a half mile. And so the cost is probably, I know the cost for a mile is about 52,000 and some change. So the cost to do about 1/8 of a mile is probably $7,000, $8,000, presuming. And of course, we put in the backup, and we can go back into that if you would like, about the cost savings. After you mill a road, you don't have to go back and grade it. You don't have to go back and put more road rock on it, things of that nature. And in the upcoming fiscal year, one of the concepts that we want to bring to the board for consideration is along 168th Terrace and 168th Trail, which are the two roads that run parallel with the M2 canal. One of the things that we would like to do is convert that area to stormwater drainage for the various M2 basins that are along there for additional stormwater. So we will not be sending graders down 168th anyway in the near future if the board were to approve that.
Okay.
So we do recommend continue milling. I believe we also had the two, so along this particular road, because it is a boundary road, Harlina. So on the north side of the road, there's three landowners. I believe two of them, the neighboring landowners, did call called us yesterday and basically said they would like to have that road milled.
So 2 out of the 3.
Yes.
Right. Does anybody have any questions? Okay.
I sent an email requesting yesterday a bunch of things because I had a conversation with Burgess regarding this several times, actually. And one of the things that I asked for is that what is the policy, and when did the board set a policy that we do in blocks? And I remember my memory of blocks was that if we're going to do one road, then we do a road on either side of it. In this particular case, we're doing an additional 10 roads, or I'm not sure how many roads it is. When we directed Cheatham Hill to be milled south of Okeechobee Boulevard, it was a 1 mile stretch, and it was an exception to our policy on millings. As you all recall, we had 94th Street residents who came in here because suddenly we were preparing to mill their roads and they found out. And we had this discussion, and that's the reason why that road was not milled. So we, for 2 years, told the landowners in this strip that came in and said that they wanted Cheatham Hill milled, We told them that we couldn't do it. We didn't have the capability of doing it. We also didn't have the money. And then what happened was staff had improved in their process, and they said, and we did the pilot project on 130th, and we said, staff said, we can do a longer stretch. And these residents that live in this area actually made a very valid point that the district had a policy when we did our two roads, that every property would be within a quarter mile or half a mile of a paved road. And in their section, it was all dirt roads. They had no access. It's a 1 mile stretch, 2 dirt roads that serve it with 3 houses on each side in the middle. And so that's the reason that we made the exception. It was to mill Cheatham Hill for a 1 mile stretch. We did not direct that, and again, this was an exception. We did not direct that all these side roads also be milled. The other thing that I asked for was the notice. I'm sorry, Alex, you're going to have your chance to talk. The notice that was posted to the residents only had a few streets that were actually labeled that were getting millings. So I requested the notice that was posted, the map that was provided with that notice, and pictures of the signs that is part of our policy, that we notify the residents in that area that millings is going to be done. I live in that area. I drive it every day. I don't drive that particular road because I turn left on Okeechobee Boulevard. But the only sign I've seen is work ahead. I haven't seen any kind of signs that are notifying these residents that we're milling Cheatham Hill Boulevard. Any kind of notice on a board, which I thought was part of our policy. So it seems like, again, I requested, where is the policy that the board adopted that we do these in blocks? It seems that staff is making decisions, and this particular decision is costing double what we directed, which was an exception in the first place. So in addition, we had a staff or a member of the public come in and question that, followed the process and to oppose it. And now we're saying that, oh, the landowners on either side called miraculously on Monday. So, and the work did not stop. They continued. They have pretty much done all the roads leading up to Harlina, in addition to Cheatham Hill, which again is in excess, originally $52,000. Okay, now we've spent at least $125,000 with all the roads that have been done, according to my quick math calculations. And again, this is one of those things where the board did not direct that. That is not, this may be a policy of staff. The board in the past has had discussions. We'll do one road on either side if that's warranted by staff to make it worthwhile for being there. When did it turn into, we're going to do 10 1/8 of a mile roads? And again, even when I questioned this, I didn't even find out about it until I went and I drove and saw that they were putting it on every single road. When it came to the board last month, it was that we were doing Harlina, not every other road. And there are other residents in that area that have posted on Facebook that they never asked for their road to be milled. They had no idea it was being milled, and it's being milled. So anyway, that I would like to make a motion that we stop milling, like I discussed last month at the meeting, the way it was directed. We directed Cheatham Hill. It does not make sense to go around on Harlina, which is a very narrow, by the way, Jay, what is the right of way that we have on Harlina Boulevard or Drive or whatever it is?
I have to look it up. I believe it's 30 or 35 feet.
It's a very narrow road. It's very narrow. Okay, it's a very narrow road. When you go around that bend, it's one of those blind corners. You cannot get 2 cars around the corner at the same time. Okay, so again, we did not direct that be done. We had directed Cheatham Hill be done. And it seems that staff made the decision that they were going to do all of it. And where is the money coming from? Because not for nothing, the M2 basin doesn't have the money for all this additional stuff. So.
I'll let the chief operating officer address that. Because this is something that we have been doing, and he'll explain why and also the cost.
Hi, good
Mr.
afternoon. I am happy to be here and I'm happy to answer any questions. First, we'll start with the notices. Betty, I do believe you're right. I think we neglected to post the boards. That's my mistake. However, we did send out the mailers and we also put hangers on the mailboxes as well. All those were sent out at the end of January. And there's, as you know, a 45-day period where you do have the ability to object. So that 45-day period, I believe, ended, it was Friday the 13th of March. So it was about 2 weeks ago. It's my understanding we've only received one objection. Burgess, correct me if I'm wrong, but that was the latest I received from customer service, that we received one objection, and it was Mrs. Larson. And Scarlett, I don't know if you have ability or if Carrie has ability to show the map. I sent over a link for the milling roads just to better explain the whole process.
Did you send it to me, Mr.
Yes, I
Lester?
did. Yeah,
Okay,
yes, I
give me
did.
1 second. Let me go into.
Sure.
your email.
So this is part of the ARC GIS platform or geospatial platform we've been putting together over the last few months. So once this is open, you'll see everything that we milled throughout the district, and it'll give you a better picture of where we started. And we started on the outside corners. We're working our way in on the blocks to make it safer for our graders. They're not traveling as far, to reduce our fuel usage costs, to make it more efficient. Could you just zoom out before we zoom in there, just to get a better idea of the whole district? Yeah, there you go. So you can see everything in red is future. Everything in red, those are milling roads to be milled between 2026 and 2027. That's about 37 miles left to do between these two fiscal years. Everything in green has been completed. Those are milling roads that were completed since 2021. So if you zoom into zone 5, you can see that we've already milled everything east of Seminole Pratt. So it was actually a coincidence that the board decided to want to do Cheatham Hill because, as you mentioned, Betty, we were not authorized to do a road longer than a half mile. But that was the planned next block because that was the natural progression to go to the very southwest corner of the district to save our grader time, to knock out that whole block. So there'd be no reason for the grader operator to go south of Okeechobee. So he can stay west of Seminole Pratt, he can stay north of Okeechobee, and grade the rest of Zone 5. And I'd have to look back, Betty, but to answer your question, I believe the board adopted the policy in 2021. So that outlined, and we worked with the engineer, the 5 zones and the different units. So on average, we do between 4 or 5 miles of milled roads per zone. Zone 5 is a little less because it doesn't have as many roads. So that block we're doing now is 3.25 miles. And that's my understanding. That was around 2021, but I definitely can pull that and send it to you. Yeah, and Burgess already laid out the process for the millings. There is a substantial cost savings in comparison to building these roads, re-rocking them. Indian Trail used to do a project called Road Retros. It used to do only 12 of those a year, and that was 12 quarter-mile roads. So that, that's 3 miles of roads. Now our crews are doing anywhere between 17 and 22 miles of millings per year. And millings are very cost effective right now. We're getting them between $250 and $300 a load. And obviously there's a substantial cost savings over a 10-year period, not having to grade the road. So that's the logic and the reasoning behind it. It's a good product. The roads that we've done are holding up well. And that's the reason why that area was chosen for this year.
Thank you.
Zoom in on Paulina.
Oh, I'm sorry.
That's, yeah.
Just.
So the purple, and it says under construction. What is that again?
Yeah, so those are roads that are under construction as of today. So this is live. You can go to that ArcGIS link, and we usually update it at least once a week, sometimes daily if we got a lot going on. It has our sidewalks, it has roads in this case. So the pink or the purple is where we have millings now, or where we're cutting out roads where there's actually work being done. So we have all those roads, like Betty had mentioned, pretty much milled in. So we have everything spread. They're working on compaction, they'll be working on watering, they'll be working on finish grading, and then the last part will be sealing the road. We have not done Harlina yet. We're waiting for direction on that. And then the next move would be to the other side there, just west of Seminole Pratt, to do all those roads.
Thank you.
So Jason, all of those roads that are west of Seminole Pratt and east of the canal, you're planning on doing in this fiscal year as well. So if you've already done.
Yes, ma'am.
If you've already done 3.2 miles, so you're doing it all in one area. And again, I would point out that the board never directed that. It was the lottery roads, one side of each of the lottery roads. It wasn't that we go and do blocks like this. It was that we try to knock those out when we can, but we never have any policy that says we're milling every single road. And the thing is that those properties that are west of Seminole Pratt, I've specifically, and east, I've specifically talked with Burgess about, because that is a very dangerous area for the grader to back in and out on Seminole Pratt. So those dead end roads, it made sense that we mill them. But again, Cheatham Hill, the only reason why we directed it was because of the exception of a mile. I don't know how staff takes that and says, oh, well, we're going to mill everything over there. I just don't get it. If there were, the board should have been directing that.
I understand.
Mr. Hanson, can you just make it just a little bit smaller so I can just get a bigger view?
Yeah, sure.
That's a good size right there. Okay, so basically, south of Okeechobee, everything's under construction to be milled. And Harlina's for the future, what we're talking about right now. So all that would be milled, and then we would have one dirt road all the way down at the bottom where we would have to send a grader.
Correct.
Okay. Yep, thank you.
Did I mention this is an equestrian area?
I seen a lot of horses on the sidewalks and every day I seen horses when I worked right here on the road and on the sidewalk. And I asked horse people specifically if they can walk their horses on the road or the sidewalks, and they told me yes. So a lot of people said to me through the equestrian that yes, you can walk your horse. I see horses in parades. I see horses walking around the campground at Disney. It's all asphalt. Okay.
Okay. Okay. I think good. Let's.
To continually send a grader to that area doesn't make sense.
But I don't know. let me just say this. Had I known that this is what we would be doing, I never would have supported doing Cheatham Hill. We made it an exception for so that those residents had a paved road to access their property. I never would have approved this.
What are we doing with 168th again? What's the plan?
So the concept, it's not a plan yet. The concept is in the next fiscal year is to come to the board for board discussion, consideration to convert 168th, starting from the south where Harlina is on both sides, both the east and west sides of the M2, and go all the way up to Sycamore and convert it where we can to temporary stormwater detention, like pregnant snake, I think is how Mr. Foy would describe it. There are some driveways along 168 where we'll have to work with that as we go through the planning process. But what that does is, number one, it takes a major roadway, two sides of it, off the grading or the road capital construction budget, and it actually provides additional stormwater storage. So it's a really good idea to do that. Additionally, takes 168 off the potential connectivity in the future to Wellington or to the north with the city of Westlake.
Okay.
We are trying, this board last year, during strategic planning, and then even when you had residents show up, said, try to mill as many roads as possible. We have a stockpile of millings, so it's basically the staff time and equipment to do it. But there's a savings to it on the back end, as Mr. Lester was saying, because we don't have to send a grader down there. And it's also allows these people that live along 168th or along the west side of Seminole Pratt to never have to really use 168th again. And that sets it up so we can begin if the board were to approve 168th for temporary stormwater detention.
3 residents on that street, correct? 3 homes?
Yes,
2 out of 3 want it?
yes.
And everybody was notified appropriately.
My question was, everybody got the letter and we only got one letter denying it, correct?
You received one request on Harley.
Sorry?
They did not follow the full policy.
Okay, that's not what I asked. I asked if they received the letter. They
Yeah.
received the letter, they got the door hangings, and only one person sent a letter in saying they didn't want it.
I have a question for legal. Mary, isn't there an easement for 168th that we have for Sid access to the M2 canal? Well, I'd like you to look into that because in the past, and Mr. Robinson will remember this, when there was work being done on the M2 canal, and I complained about that when they were blocking 168th, I was told we couldn't do anything because there was an easement to them for that. So I guess we need to look into that again.
My recollection, and I don't recall looking into it, was it's for road and drainage purposes to the residents of Indian Trail. I believe that, as I recall, my response to work being done on Sid property
No, it was done on road using our road.
using our road for access. I think it was power poles that we said they would have needed a permit. But I'll have to take a look at it, but I don't recall that Sid had an easement on 168. I'll look into it.
It was when they were doing the guardrail.
Yeah.
Rob, you remember that? And they were blocking our road and I kept calling and complaining about it. And I was told by Rob and by legal that nothing could be done about it because there was an actual easement that allowed them to do that. And the only thing that we could have required is MOT. So.
If I, just quickly, we would have to, regardless of whether Sid has an easement there, we would still have to put a maintenance road for our crews to go up and down it to maintain that, whatever that drainage or temporary detention would be. So if there is in fact a Sid easement, then there would be they would have access to that maintenance road. So, but I believe they have gates on Okeechobee and Sycamore to enter on. Yes.
All right, so we have a motion to approve the millings. Do we have a second? We have a second. Public comment? To approve milling Harlena.
Yes, we do have comments.
Mhm.
Alexandra Lawson. It's funny, when we got the door hanging, I'm the only one who showed up, isn't it? I was here. They did not. I was so glad that this guy's back here calling me a bitch. I don't like that. I don't ever bother anybody. Alls I did is came in, I had questions about the millings. And when I came in here, you were not milling every street from Okeechobee to Harlena Drive. That was another corporate decision made by staff, I assume, to quell whatever I say. I just had questions about millings, and I had them from 20 years ago, because the people here don't know that 20 years ago, we put this to bed. There's been studies done all over the place about millings aren't necessarily the best thing in the world. If they want their wells poisoned, God bless them. You know? Yeah, that's right. I smoke cigarettes. I don't drink. You know, but I did. When I came in, I asked about the millings, and somehow we went magically from only Harlena being milled to every single east-west street coming from Okeechobee South. I think it's like 15 streets. I haven't ever counted it, but it's a lot, and it's money we're spending, and my questions were not answered, and it said it would come back before the board. And in the meantime, they made a decision to mill every single street, all the way down. So we went from bad to worse. We put a Band-Aid on a shotgun wound, because my questions about millings have not ever been thoroughly regarded or answered or anything else. But we did put this to bed 20 years ago. They're not aware of that. They're not aware. And you do have policies here at the district that you're supposed to follow. There was no petition. There was no notification of the neighbors. Nothing. Absolutely nothing, except the board voted to grade, put the millings on Cheatham Hill, which that's fine. I didn't make it go away, but at least I wanted the answers for the people in between, 168th and us, Cheatham Hill, because we are an odd area. But now it's like we're going to be the redheaded stepchildren for drainage detention. Out of your mind there on that one. Because we got flooded. I don't know if they were here in 2012 when we sat in 6 feet of water for almost a week. I'm not going to be the drainage for anybody. You put it somewhere else. Because I already saw the nightmare that came in our world in 2012. And then it was a no-name storm in 95. People aren't aware of the history out here. I am, because I've been here 30 years. Okay? So, if you want to go back, I'll go to Channel 12 and ABC, and I'll get 95 for you when we flooded, and 12 when we flooded, and we are not a detention area for anyone. I'm not. It's bad enough that we're, doing stuff at the impoundment area that was never in anybody's purview, all the stuff that we're doing, and to not do things without a petition, to not follow policy and procedure, at least on notifications, for God's sakes. That's all I asked about. Where was the notification? We didn't even get that. And I know they don't care because they'll move like everybody else in 5 years. It's okay. My house is for sale.
All right,
No, it's.
guys, please.
But anyway, just, all you gotta do is, follow policy and procedure. That would be really nice. I don't think staff should be making decisions without the board being aware. I don't think there should be handshake deals because this came out of nowhere. It really did. And my history with the county is very, very extensive and I don't want to live it anymore. You know, I'm too tired to watch these handshake deals that are not, that the general public is not involved in. Because I always try to involve the public at all costs, at all times. And I don't think anybody up here can say I've done anything else ever, except try to involve the public and get their permission because the lady on Epson, her road was milled without her permission, consent, or her thought. That's the reason I came in here also. She lived on the Cheatham Hill end of the milling debate. Thank you.
Thank you.
Did we find the notice that was actually sent out with the map that was, the residents were notified? Well, I want it up on the screen because it's my understanding that the map that we were just showed is not the map that was actually posted and notified to the residents. And I'd like Jason to clarify. Jason, are you still there?
Yes.
So you said you didn't put signs up, but you said that you did post notices to each property on all of these side roads that you're milling?
Yes, so it's a mailer, the same notice. I emailed that to you, Burgess, if you have a chance to pull that up. So it's the same map. The notice he's going to show you is printed off, it's mailed, it's printed off, and it's put in a little newspaper hanger, and our signage technician hangs those on every mailbox or gate, preferably gate if they have a gate. So that is from ArcGIS, and it shows the future roads, and it also shows the impacted parcels that are highlighted in blue. That's just how it highlights the parcels that it adds to the address list.
Can you zoom in a little bit more?
Yes. It's active.
So, because I don't see every road marked there as being milled. I would not look at that and think, oh, every road is being milled.
The
I
green
know the
is
map, but
complete.
that-
Green
that
is
map
complete.
is something that maintenance is using on every road that they're going on and that's updating daily.
Correct.
That's not something that was approved and noticed.
It shows future project status, I think is what Mr. Lester said.
Correct.
And it highlighted the blue, the whatever neon blue area, that all those properties that are within that area were going to be impacted by this. These were not impacted where, if you can see where my mouse is, because those already had Epson, was a petition or a lottery or petition from a few years ago. The reason why these two here are in it, even though they're on Epson, is because Cheatham Hill Boulevard is being milled. So they would be notified that, in fact, these are the roads that are being milled.
All right, so why is every road being done when there's only like every other road that's being marked as future? And when I read future, I think that means future, not right now.
No, it's every road. The
It,
yellow.
it says yellow other. It does
No,
not say.
that is the property boundary. So this would be the road frontage for these would be Brighton. This here, their road frontage is Jenny Lane, and then so on and so forth down. So there's not a road in between these houses. That's just delineating the actual property or the parcel boundary, the yellow parcel boundary. So there is no other in this area.
So the red future actually means proposed milling when you're doing a notice, and there's no way of anybody looking at the map to actually know that I would look at that and think, okay, it's getting done in the future. It's not getting done right now.
The
Well, no,
the
the
notice
no-
itself.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead, Burgess.
No, go ahead, Mr. I think you're gonna say the same.
Yeah.
thing, so go.
Yeah, probably. So this is the last page of the notice. If you look at the beginning, it explains the whole process. And it says your road has been chosen to be milled. It gives the district policy, explains the right to object, talks about when the policy went into effect, talks about our process, following DOT standards, talks about us relocating mailboxes per USPS guidelines, Bahay Assad. All of the frequently asked questions we try to, or concerns we try to address with this letter. 5 inches of millings. Yeah, there it is. January 13th, 2021 was when this policy was adopted, revised in 2023. And we give a little summary of what's in that policy. And there, it gives them 45 days to object from the date of the notice.
And how many of the swales were redone on all those side streets? Because all of them need to be done. So how many of them were redone before we put millings on the road?
I would have to check with our stormwater group, but we are specifically focused on the road surface. In this case, with the millings, we do look if there's any clogged pipes or blockages. If there's not positive drainage, we take care of those issues. But the road crew is focusing on within that road shoulder, unless there's an illegal driveway that's blocking drainage or other issues like that.
Scarlett, next card, please.
Dan Boland.
I'm Dan Boland. I live at 16975 West Harlina Drive. I live right next door to Alex. Fun. Anyway, sometime in January, I received that letter in the mail, and it was a flyer, a hanger. I was given plenty of notice. By going by that letter, I didn't need to contact anybody if I wanted to have the road done. I didn't contact anybody until this week when I found out that there was some sneaky stuff going on here where they were going to try and stop doing our street. Myself and my neighbor, Eric, decided to send emails saying that we want it done. We're the last street in there. We're the only one left. And it doesn't make any sense not to do it.
Thank you.
Sir, I have a question for him. You said you sent an email, and how did you find out about some sneaky stuff? What sneaky stuff? Who did you send an email to? I didn't get an email from you, sir. So who did the email go to, Burgess?
I'm not sure how to do it.
Because you said you got a telephone call.
We received a telephone, two telephone calls.
Okay, so where did the email go?
Not sure. I'll have to find out.
All right.
Eric Gilmore. And we did receive an email from you, Mr. Gilmore, but that's instead of your email.
Yeah, I did send an email. Yeah, I got a response for that too. Also, thank you. So pretty much what Dan just said. I don't want to be the last road, the only road that's dirt. When every other road got paved, it's kind of like, we're redheaded stepchild here. It's not good. I can see where it can save. That grader comes by my house twice a month, 3 times a month, and it's just blows dust everywhere. It's the dust and the dirt and the debris on these roads it's not livable. It's not good for breathing, so I'm all for let's pave this thing and be done with it. Thank you.
Thank you. Scarlett, any other cards?
Just quickly, I just want to make sure if the board were to consider and approve creating a temporary detention area or ponds, whatever you want, it wouldn't even be ponds, ditch, basically. It would be specifically for those homes along that area. It would not be to bring water in from other from the M1.
So it'd be like
or
protection,
Santa Rosa
protection for those properties.
because those properties to the east do not go into the M2 or into the M2 impoundment. So we're just trying to pick up more detention. I don't know if
Thank you.
there's anything more you want to add, Mr. Foy.
Okay.
Before we do any of that, that's gonna have to go through public hearing process where, okay.
That's why I said, once you discuss it and consider it, then we start with the plan, which will be public hearings and all of that.
Thank you. Okay, we have a motion and a second. Let's call the vote. Your motion passes. Thank you.
Say something.
Sure.
This is yet another situation where, and again, I stated this at the beginning, the board made an exception to do this road. It never would have been done had we not made that exception. We never would have touched any of those roads had we not made that exception. And I do not like this kind of thing happening without the board direction, because again, I think it's being abused. I think it's being totally misrepresented. If there was a priority here, I would say that priority was the properties west of Seminole Pratt and east of the canal, where it's unsafe, not this area. I would have rather spent that money elsewhere, but the residents had come in and they made a compelling argument with respect to, you know, having access to a paved road like everybody else. So I'm not happy that this has happened. It seems like we're just in this whole idea, and I've stated this over and over, and Jason, you know this, there is no policy to mill every road in the district. That has never been the goal of the board. It started as a pilot project and it became that it was cheaper to do that. But at any time, we can stop it. There is no map that says that we're milling every single road. That's why we have a lottery, so that people that actually do want their roads milled can get them done. That's why we said, well, if you're going to go and you notify the residents, you got a lottery road here, you go one side this, one side here, these people want it done, you're doing 3 roads, not an additional mile and a half. And again, this was an exception. And I really don't appreciate that after I brought that to staff's attention, that they suddenly went turbo to get these millings down and do that whole area, which was not the original intention. It was not what was originally directed. So it's very upsetting to me. I think that this board and the public should know what we're doing and where we're spending money.
Of course. That's why they get notified. Maybe whoever's got the policy, send that to the board, please, this week. From the ones that the dated that are in that letter. Just so everybody has it. That's all. I understand you have it, but I'd like everybody to have it.
I guarantee you what you are not going to find in that policy. No, I'm not done.
Okay.
What is not in that policy is that when the board makes an exception to our policy, that the staff should make additional mile to what we did. No, when we directed this, that's it.
Understood. Okay. 8.5, district logo and branding. Motion to approve the new logo and branding criteria. We were just all given a packet. I believe we all saw it. And who is going to? Rebecca?
Yes. Good evening, everyone. My name is Rebecca Stewart, and I'm the new Media and Public Affairs, Media and Public Outreach Officer here at the district. Before I get moving with my presentation, I just want to thank everyone here for being incredibly welcoming to me in my time, in my short time here, and everyone's been wonderful. And so I just want to say thank you for that. I am going to share my screen very quickly here. So tonight, I am showing a new design for a logo and brand guidelines. And what this will do is basically organize and structure the look, the feel, the identity, the outward facing, the public facing identity of the district. The purpose of this new logo is to establish a clear and consistent identity that reflects ITID's commitment to roads, to drainage, and parks, while strengthening public trust and honoring the equestrian roots that are deeply embedded into this community. You have two logos in front of you tonight. We have a primary and a secondary logo. It's hard to see the green on these. I wish you could see the green on this, but anyway, you have a primary and secondary logo. The difference between the two, they're exactly the same logo. You change these up for use. So these marks, if you've got a banner that's wide, you want a wide logo. If you've got a public document, something that you're putting together for official use, you more often than not will use the vertical logo. So that's the only reason I put two here for you to see. It's just so that you get an idea of how these would be used. So in proper branding and in proper marketing, you have your logo should have some symbolism in it. And so what we did here was we took the horse head. Everything is centered around the horse head, and the horse head, as I mentioned, is to honor the equestrian roots of the district. The brown symbolizes the road and infrastructure that we maintain. The blue represents stormwater drainage systems, to include our basins, our canals, and our swales. And the green highlights the ITID parks and open spaces. Now, all of these elements come together and they flow together to form a horse head, reinforcing the district's identity as a horse-friendly community. But it also signals ITID's commitment to improving horse trail infrastructure. The last thing we added here was the tagline, which is short and simple and to the point: drainage, roads, and parks. Before I started my time here, I checked out your social media to see what kind of questions they were asking, the things that they were saying. And what I found was that there are a lot of residents who don't necessarily understand really the extent of what the district does, and more importantly, what the district doesn't do. And so I think that it's important to really fine tune that identity and making it as simple and easy to understand as possible. The last thing that we have here, of course, is the color palette that we went with. The former logo that we currently have, or I shouldn't say former, but the current logo that we have, I think the colors on that they really spoke to what the district does. So I deviated just a little bit from those colors with the blues and the greens and the browns, but I tried to stay within that palette. You have in front of you brand guidelines, and all of this information goes in the brand guidelines. This is sort of a guide for everyone in the district, every department head to use. And it basically explains the usage of the logo, what you're not supposed to do with it, where it goes, where it doesn't go. It's very specific to, color numbers, font sizes, space usage, All of this is important for, depending on where you're going to put this, right? If we are putting this on a t-shirt, it has to be framed a certain way. If you put it on a patch, it has to be framed a certain way. If you put it on a mug, it has to be framed a certain way. And so we just want to be very specific so that it isn't used improperly. And that is all I have for you tonight.
Thank you.
Short and sweet.
So I really like it. I really like the design. I have a couple of comments. One, this is an original design. Do we want to protect it? Number one, through a trademark, and what does that look like cost-wise? So I know I don't expect you to have that answer right now, but I would like to know. I know the last one we did, it was an improvement over what we had. It was just that symbol, but it wasn't something that we could really move forward with. My other concern is the expense, and it's my understanding that we're not just gonna immediately swap everything out,
That is correct.
right? This is gonna be a gradual,
Yeah.
as we replace things, the new logo will come into play until at some point, however long that's gonna take, everything will change over. Is that correct?
That is correct. That is correct. We have, we do have some things that are already budgeted for this year that are actually on pause until we make the decision on where we want to go with this. But those things that are not budgeted, we're not moving forward on. Not until the next fiscal year,
Okay.
whatever's approved in the next budget.
Excellent. Okay. that was
Just
my-
through the chair
Yeah.
quickly, what she's referring to are the park sign policies, because when we redid the parks policy, there's new rules for Nicole Hornstein and some of the other parks with closures. So that's what she's referring to. There's nothing, we always have money in the budget for uniforms, but if we have existing uniforms, we're not gonna say you can't wear those anymore.
Right, as we replace them, the
Right.
new logo will go on.
Correct.
Same.
Okay,
It'll be a
Right.
very slow rollout.
right. Yeah, because I don't want to just
Yeah.
spend a ton of money swapping everything
It'll,
over.
no, it'll be a very, very slow rollout, and we'll do it in a budgetary way, in a fiscal way, in a way that is fiscally responsible. And to your question with regards to trademarking, I have done that before. It's been several years since I've had a logo trademarked, so I would have to get new dollars and cents for you. It's a legal thing, and you go through several rounds of the mark has to be checked against outside marks. And so there is some legal aspects to this, so I can get you a price on that.
Yeah, you
But
could let us.
yeah, but logo, yeah, it is an original design. So if you want to protect it as such, I always definitely suggest a trademark because it's your mark. And it belongs to the district and the residents here.
Yeah, and there's protection there. Frank?
Just for information, one of our community development districts recently trademarked their logo. So, and they had a firm that was based in New York.
Do you know what they spent on that?
I can get that information. It was
Okay.
$2,000, yes.
Oh, that's not
The
bad.
filing fees aren't much, it's the.
I've worked with a couple of trademark attorneys also, so I can get you some pricing.
Okay,
Mhm.
thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, anybody have any questions?
There is no established date on there, which I think is a critical piece about Indian Trail, that we were established in 1957. I personally don't love it, but I've told you that. Yes, we're a designated equestrian community, but we're also an agricultural community, and we're a drainage district. We're not, yeah, and to me, it does not, but I didn't like this logo that Burgess did, and it grew on me. So, but I'm just being honest.
No offense.
No, I didn't like it. And I told him that, I'm like, but anyway, it stands out to me that the established in 1957 is really something about our history that's important. And we definitely need to have that on there. And I personally do not want us going out and spending all kinds of money to redo everything to match, because that is not fiscally responsible right now. And even if we budget it for next year, I don't want to see, you know, it's one thing if we're replacing, we've got a bunch of stickers and we run out of stickers and we're replacing the stickers, that's fine. But I don't see the necessity for branding Indian Trail per se. That's just me. So anyway, can we please fit established in 1957 in there somehow?
Yeah, absolutely. I will have to play with the text. I'll have to remove some text.
Like a watermark.
So, so symmetry is very important in logos. And you want to be careful to not be too text heavy, too design heavy. You don't want to make it too busy. So my suggestion.
Because I'm like you, I like things to be, I understand what you're saying.
What I would suggest, my suggestion would be to remove drainage, roads and parks.
No, I don't think you should remove that. That's the whole point.
Not reflecting the district at all. I think the district is responsible for the roads, drainage, parks, and you set out that. I agree. I hope that's okay that I speak. I didn't even ask for.
That's fine.
So,
Yeah.
but, I think it's an interesting design. It's gonna take me a minute to get used to, because I kind of like our pine tree and our horse and, you know, it's one of the things you see a lot out here when you're driving out in Loxahatchee is our beautiful pine trees and, so it'll take me a minute to get used to this. I don't miss the symbol of ITID that we used to have. It was a very ugly, never made sense to me. So, I really
No
appreciate.
offense to whoever created that.
No, none whatsoever. But
No, the first.
it'll take me a second, but I do agree with the established in 1957. I think that would be a key. I think that's history and I think it should be included.
Yeah, it has some-
I would not remove the drainage, roads and parks. I think that's important for people to understand what our responsibilities are.
Mhm.
So I think it's an interesting design. It'll grow on me. I like how you tried to incorporate our three main facets of our district, so. And I like the idea that we're gonna slow roll it, because I really don't want to see
No.
like a lot of funds all of a sudden to change out
No,
a
no.
Yeah.
logo, so.
All right. Do we have any public comments, Scarlett?
I just had a quick question.
Oh, yeah.
Did this make it, I mean, just go all the way through staff? So like several logos and staff kind of bounce it around and, 'cause I mean, you guys are the ones wearing it on your trucks and shirts every single day.
One of the things that we hope to come back to show the board at some point are smaller departmental logos. So, yes.
And I agree.
Either way, it doesn't matter.
No, it would just,
Okay.
So.
I
just
kind of get what you're
quickly,
saying. That was in
The
comment.
logo, what I'm talking about is we want to come back. So like with stormwater, I want to be able to identify if someone sees one of our workers out there and they just have the department, the district logo. Well, who is it? Was it somebody from stormwater, somebody from roads or parks? So I actually want to identify them on the shirts with a departmental. Doesn't have to be anything exquisite, just stormwater. So that's.
No, and that's
Right.
kind of what I was thinking too, because like, where the drainage roads parks is, that could just be on uniforms, that part could be gone and it could be stormwater department. But I was thinking for like, other things like conferences or other apparel, you could just leave it at Indian Trail or Indian Trail Room, just on the discretion of, but obviously the website, this whole thing established, I think that's very appropriate, something like that.
Yeah.
Right there, top left, boom, established, all
Right.
that. So.
Well, we have a motion. Do we have a second? We have a second?
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. And getting us,
Can y'all see that?
cost. Yes, thank you.
Yeah, I think like certain aspects, certain
Yeah.
places, you
Yeah.
need to establish,
Right.
some places. I get one for conference, I just want to say Indian Trail.
Right,
I mean.
exactly.
And I think that people are going to ask, what is that? Who is that? Who are you? And so when we go to these different events and meetings and, if we were at FOSD or Tallahassee or League of Cities or whatever, Burgess, your trees are nice. Okay. But I'm going to give this one to Rebecca.
I'm not a graphic artist.
Yeah, I think people are going to see this and they're going to be inquisitive of it. I think this is going to be helpful for us.
Alexandria Larson.
I think it's funny you have a horse's head, so you just spit on the horses when you were talking about Cheatham Hill. So they could walk on gravel and sidewalk. I know a lot of people in the equestrian world would not agree with that. Most of my friends do not want to see pavement where they want to walk their horse. But anyway, I'm wondering where this came from. What's wrong with the logo you got? Why are we doing expenditures we don't have to do? Because I've seen 3 tonight that expanded or changed or done something. So now we're doing the logo too, because like the one young lady said, she kind of likes the logo with the tree and the little horse there. It's just fine the way it is. And I think that everybody who lives out here would agree with you. Okay, because they wouldn't know why we're doing this. We're not an album cover, we're a drainage district. We didn't even do parks until like 2004. That was added in up in Tallahassee back then. So it's really, and it was always at the behest of someone. So who behested this one? Changing the logo. I'm just wondering, was there a board member who brought it up in particular or all of the board members? Just curious. Because it will be an expenditure, changing every shirt, every piece of paper, every sticky note, every pen. And what is the cost fiscally? Because the one thing when I'm out in the public all the time. I'm in the public when I'm in a restaurant. And the one thing people do is volunteer how angry they are about how much money they don't have. And that's everywhere I go. The money they don't have. And I remember when they were doing the lottery, you would talk about a lottery is when we were doing somebody's salary up there. It was like a bingo game. The money needs to be pulled back just a little bit, guys, And years ago, being a friend of mine, we did a little flyer that caused a lot of trouble. We stopped an established thing that was going to be done by our governor and ruin our area a lot quicker than it has been ruined. And I'm thinking about doing a flyer again. After how I was treated by these bozos in the back last night, tonight, who said that, they didn't come, I came. And then somebody at the behest of this board called them up and said, hey, call us up. We need to find out about things. Run like a board, be what you are, be the district, and try to be a little bit more fiscally responsible, because I'm tired of hearing about how poor everybody is. And that's all I wanted to convey to you. That's the one thing you will hear. Send out a postcard to ask, are you doing okay? Ask everybody in Indian Trail. That would be a good expenditure. How are you doing and what do you think of us? And then give them some answers. Thank you.
Thank you.
Scoring.
So I'll admit, I'm probably not great with change. And I really didn't see a need for a new logo. But it looked lovely what she showed us, and maybe she can show us some different iterations, maybe different colors even. Something that, one of the other things is all the different colors also make it more expensive to utilize on stationery and t-shirts and all of that. So something to consider. I don't know, I'm not against it, but I kind of feel like it's busy work at this time and we have so many other things going. But I'll leave that up to you guys.
Thank you. Did you put in a card?
Did you want to talk?
Yeah, come on up quick.
One of the reasons, by the way, I'm Charlie James, but one of the reasons I moved out here was for the equestrian, excuse my voice. And I do like the logo. I think it'll pop. I think it'll recognize, or people out here recognize it even more. And all the awareness we can give to the equestrian world and the agriculture and what's going on out here. I like it. So, opinion, that's it. Thank you.
Thank you.
And just to kind of state why we probably want to change. Sometimes if things stay the same, people don't look at it. And when we change a logo, it draws new attention. So, and I'm gonna piggyback on what Mr. James just said. We have equestrian signs throughout the community, and I think it tends to get blinded. So if we can do things that bring new attention to it, that's why things change, and it's a slow rollout. So it's not like it's going to be an immediate impact on financial. So we will do our very best to be fiscally responsible as we do this change.
Scarlett, that's it? Okay, call the vote, please. Item passes, thank you. Okay, 8.6 M0 Canal Outfall Grant. Motion to terminate the contract negotiations with Fair Construction and award the contract and initiate negotiation with Lauren Jock Trucking, the second lowest, most responsible and responsive bidder for the M0 Canal Outfall Structure Project. Authorize the board president to sign the contract subject to administrative, legal, and engineering approval. Mr. Foy, is this you? Or Mr. Hanson, or legal?
It's a combination.
Who wants to take it?
It's a combination.
Okay.
As you know, in January, the board selected the lowest bidder. Since then, we have failed to negotiate the contract. They have not signed the contract, and they wanted to use a sheet piling that did not meet the specification and the plans. So the impacts of that were, this was brought to a head on Monday when we received the email from them saying they can't supply the sheet piling and in the plans. Immediately went to the second place bidder, and them scrambling, they put the sheet piling that does meet the spec on order today, but they have till Friday to cancel. So we had to come to you immediately. The effects of this are the bid date was they needed to complete by June 30th. That's when the funds have to be expended for the federal side of the money.
Right.
So around 600,000 or 700,000. I don't remember exactly. But if we don't do this tonight, we're not going to get the project done, and the whole project might be canceled because we do not have the supporting grant money. We would extend the construction date until August 15th. The other impacts are fiscal. Fiscal impacts are their bid was 23,000 more for a $1.4 million bill. That's pretty darn close. The other impacts could have been for the sheet pile, the steel prices are surprisingly the same. The other impact is the shipping prices due to the war have gone up. So they said they would give that to us for a direct pass-through, no increased cost, but they would have to charge for the shipping, which he estimated to be another 15,000. That's all in your backup. So if we don't do this tonight, we won't get the project done. This is with the M0 outfall canal, which protects the I don't want to call it a levee. It's a spoiled mound on the west and north side of our discharge canal. So that's it in a nutshell. Frank, I don't know if you wanted to add anything on the dates in
Can
particular.
I just ask you a question? So we have the appropriation to do the spoil mound, correct? That's trying to go through. So if we don't do this, is there a connection there, obviously?
Through the chair, yes, they're all related.
Right.
So we could still go through and.
Do that, but then if
But-
we're not
but then-
protecting it, we're throwing that money away. Right, that's what I was.
Well, the award of a contract is not a contract. It's subject to the final negotiation on an agreement between the district and the entity that's been offered the contract. And in this case, the award was to Ferrera. They are required by the notice that they get to execute the contract. They have to do it within, theoretically, according to what in the instructions to bidders, there is a requirement which becomes one of the contract documents. So it's part of the contract that's being offered. They have to execute a contract within 10 days of being notified that they've been awarded, or at least provide confirmation that they're going to execute the contract. They have not done that. There's been back and forth negotiation going on with the district engineer, but no contract has been signed. So it's way beyond the terms of the instructions to bidders. And it's within, this is a typical process. That's why you have a ranking on a bid, that if you can't reach agreement on the first contractor, the board has the option of going to the second less expensive contract, basically. So, and the district engineer has concluded that he's not going to reach agreement. He's not willing to revise the terms of the solicitation.
Okay. All right. Do we have a motion? Yep. Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any cards, Scarlett? No cards. Okay, let's call the vote. Item passes. Okay, 9, intergovernmental updates and permits, 9.1, Palm Beach County Development Concierge. Palm Beach County has created a development concierge process to enhance the permitting process. The kickoff meeting was held on March 13th, 2026. This is a short verbal description of the kickoff presentation.
Yes, as you know, the board designated me to be that representative, and it was the kickoff meeting. It was just to establish what they're trying to achieve. Can't remember his title. Abruzzo said,
County
thank you for
administrator.
coming, and et cetera. He was behind the process, and one of the county commissioners was on there, and I don't recall her name at the moment, but she also thanked us for attending. Again, it was a preliminary, the whole presentation, which was very short, done by Whitney Carroll, I believe her last name is, gave the presentation, and it's in your backup in case you want to see it. It was a process where the county is trying to help the applicant, and there's two projects that they didn't tell us what they are, that are going to be pilots. This is not a real program yet. It's a pilot program where this person assigned by the county helps the applicant to get through the process. As you know, maybe you don't know, the county process is extremely difficult. And I know you do. It's extremely difficult, long, and you got to go through several different departments and zoning and all kinds of different things. So it's an attempt to help get something through the process. At current time, they say it's not going to increase or decrease permitting time. However, the end goal is to establish a fee-based process where you pay extra money, and that will most likely result in quicker processing and a specific person. They talked also about having more personnel. This is not a done deal yet. It's established. And that's all I wanted to say at this time.
Okay.
And if you had any questions, all it was a kickoff meeting, and thought you'd like to hear what the concierge was all about.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
I have a question. Are you going to be involved in that whole process for Indian Trail? Like somebody has a zoning application and it's something that normally would come to us for review. Would you be part of that concierge service?
Yes, Indian Trail has a specific seat on the concierge, and the cities don't, but if the project were in Indian Trail Improvement District, we would specifically give them information. But if it's not in the city, there is no need for us to contribute to that.
Right. So I just want to point of information. When this was on the agenda item, the backup material was not there. And I sent a text or an email and said, why is this even on the agenda? Why does it matter? And I actually Googled and I found out that the Business Development Board offers this in Palm Beach County. And now we're making it part of Palm Beach County's process. So I have a concern about, how that could end up playing out. So I just want to point that out.
Yep, thank you. All right, 11, consent agenda. Oh,
I'm sorry.
What?
Just wanted to give you, I had a couple in.
Oh, okay, I'm sorry.
No, that's
Okay, sorry.
No, that's all right. So I spoke with our intergovernmental affairs consultants, Ruben Turnbull. They feel that the legislature is going to come back probably in mid to late April. I didn't check today to see if they've set a date for the budget, but that's what they feel like they'll do because they're doing a special session on the redistricting. Our appropriation request is still in both the House and Senate. Both Ms. Turnbull and Ms. Atkinson feel very confident that we'll make it through that process and also again through the process with the governor's veto. But anything can happen at that special session. So
Right.
I just want to bring that up. And then also, hold on, that's my space here. And then we'll send out copies of the checks to the board, but we have been receiving FEMA funds for Hurricane Milton recovery.
Excellent.
Up here and some of the other costs
Great.
associated with that. So, and that money, I'll let Ms. McIntosh explain, but basically that doesn't go into the operating budget or into anything specific. That the part for Coconut Pier and Coconut Park actually reimburses for the costs that we
Right.
put it out for that, but anything for like cleanup, things like that would go probably into the reserve, so.
Yes, so for Hurricane Milton, thus far we've received approximately 836,000 from FEMA. And we also got some reimbursement for Hurricane Ian this fiscal, 295,000. So
Great.
yes, so we're getting somewhere with FEMA.
Excellent.
Yeah.
Thank you, FEMA.
And then Just
Can-
what?
can I just-
Oh, sorry, go ahead.
I just want to say thank you to Rob and Jason, in particular, who I think were here during those hurricanes and actually did a lot of work during that period of time, documenting everything and making sure that we would be reimbursed for those funds. So sometimes it takes a long time for us to see the effort that we put into, but, you know, this is one of those. So thank you.
And just the last thing, speaking of, Miss, Whitney Carroll with code, did receive, some concerns from Ms. Argue that residents were raising to her. And it's something we should be looking for throughout the district about how people are currently living in Connex boxes or creating open ditches that may or may not be used for human waste. And then, of course, it gets into the groundwater, whatever. So they are going to be looking into those. I'm not going to say the properties, but so they are aware of that. So
Yeah,
that is
that's been
something
going on
we're seeing
for,
in SRG for.
Yeah,
We
yeah.
normally don't see it in other places.
Right.
Now we're seeing.
yeah.
On the contamination, when we have to do the testing, we don't have to do that for Santa Rosa Groves, right? But we do have to for the M2 and M1.
Yeah, if you're addressing NPDS, we will need to add them to our NPDS permit. We have not added them for the fiscal year through 2025, but we will need to add them in the future. It's not it won't be a water quality testing that is done countywide by the county and the group pays for it. So it's not an expense for sampling. It would be a minor expense to adding them as part of the drainage area.
Right.
Okay.
Mr. Hanson, when you mentioned Coconut Park, where are we with that?
We'll be under staff reports, Mr.
Okay, never mind
So
then.
we do
We'll-
an
we'll wait.
update on that.
Thank
some of
you.
the other parks.
Gotcha.
I had a quick question on your comment about the basically illegal drain fields. Who handles that? Is that like the EPA or?
So
Do you
if
find it
it,
and report it? I mean,
yeah,
we
so
can.
it's a combination. So code enforcement county code does look at it, but it may involve the health department.
For the sake of example, I mean, well, we would just be the.
If in
ones to
fact that's
notify
the
if
case.
we see it or.
Yeah. Yeah, the
The-
health department came out by me at one point, not me,
And
but out
The
there,
sewage,
yeah, in my area.
the sewage issues in particular are a big concern for us.
Yeah.
With respect to, I mean, we're on wells, obviously, but also as it relates to the MPDS, that's why I was asking about it. Because, you know, if it turns out that we do testing, and we find problems, we could be responsible for cleaning that up. So I think, you know, when we're aware that there's a potential contamination, you know, of all the things that we should be concerned about, that's another one. You
Mhm.
know, it affects us. It's very important.
$5. You start charging people. They do that at Rotary.
And,
$5.
and just to be clear, the only complaint or the only thing that we would be registering with the code or health department would be the suit, any human waste potential that we can see that may be going into our swale or directly into a canal.
Right.
The living conditions and all that
That's-
is not of our concern, therefore we would not be putting
It's not our purview.
that unless there's some impact upon our works. So, yeah,
Mm.
exactly.
Good. All right, item 11, consent agenda. So we need to vote for the consent. But we pulled 1117 and 1128. We should be approving that soon.
Through the chair, can you just give Ms. Canson?
Typed out already.
Take your time. There it is. Yes, keep it second. We just won't vote yet until she has it all written, so we can look at it.
Insert. All right, do y'all see it? Well. Do y'all see the motion?
Yeah, so you took out 28 was 27.
And I took out 15 as well because that was deleted beforehand.
Right.
We're 27.
27 was already deleted, Emma. Okay, looks good. Where's Betty?
28 was pulled.
It was, right. I know it's getting late, so
27.
it was already deleted prior, yeah. Okay, all in favor? We could vote. Betty, are you a yes or no? Oh. No pun intended. We got a quorum, we could just go, I don't. No, you wanna vote? Quick, hurry, hurry, hurry. Okay. Item passes. On to 12, Facilities, Parks and Recreation Agenda. 12.1, Equestrian Advisory Committee. I'm looking for a motion to approve the policy of the Equestrian Trails Infrastructure Advisory Committee, also known as EDIAC, to the Equestrian Advisory Committee. Okay, Equestrian Advisory Committee. So we're just basically changing it from Trails and Infrastructure to Advisory. Do we have a motion?
Just to be clear, it's just not changing the title. It's also
I
changing.
know,
some of
the
functions
scope, yeah,
that you requested,
yeah,
Not you. but the
yeah. Okay, we have a motion. Do it. Have a second? Yeah, listen,
I'm sorry, because I looked at this and there were no highlighted things. So what exactly are we changing?
The scope that actually changed, it was really small adjustment. It was just to add in the equine programming events and clinics that would be recommended by that board to the Board of Supervisors. So it's just
So is it
three
advisory
minor
still?
things. Correct.
yeah. Do we have a second? We have a second. Any cards, Scarlett? No cards. Call the vote, please. Your motion. It's getting late. All right. Okay, pass. Yeah.
So where are we on the, and this ties to the equestrian, because last time I asked about it, you said that you were waiting for the equestrian advisory committee. Anyway, the split rail fence on 130th, where is that? Because, you know, the board directed several years ago when we approved that 130th project to be milled, the pilot project, we approved and directed that that be done. This should not be held up by the advisory committee because the board already directed that that be done. We slowed it down because of the cost, but then the last time I asked about it, it was over the equestrian advisory. Anyway, we already directed it be done. It still hasn't been done. And residents are asking me why we haven't done it when they were here at those meetings and don't understand why it's not done. So.
Yep. Yeah. Yeah. So part of the reason, there's two reasons. Number one is the second item on this is the sponsorship, considering that for equestrian trails paying for it. We also applied for an RTP recreation trail program grant for that to pay for part of that. And the reason why we were going back to the equestrian advisory wasn't really for the permission to do it. It was where we should put splits along it for horses to exit out. So they just want to exit on a main road. So if somebody lives on one of the side roads, it wouldn't have to be where they have to go all the way down 130th to get into that. So I believe they did give advice on that. So, and I can't, do you remember what it was?
I don't know offhand. I've been out for the last 5 weeks. I apologize. I can get that information.
But when that comes back, like, shouldn't that be coming to the board?
It,
or-
yeah, it will be coming
Okay.
back to the board.
It's just that it's been several years now, and I thought we allocated money for that. Now I'm finding out we don't. So again, that's something to consider with the upcoming budget. If we don't have a grant for it, just like I just learned that Downers Park, which was also supposed to be done using assessments, maintenance assessments for several years now, it keeps getting put off. And apparently we applied for a grant and we lost that grant. And so when is that park getting done?
We didn't, just to be clear, we did not lose that grant. It was not funded. And
Okay,
that's
okay.
what the
So,
issue
but
is.
again,
Yeah.
every year we budget for a park to get done, and every year for the past several years, or as long as I've actually been on the board, Downers keeps getting put off. So it needs to be done.
Yeah, and we do plan on doing it, and it was something we were gonna bring up during the report, but, you know, now that we can no longer do playgrounds at 50,000, it's a minimum almost 150,000 now to do it. That's not us doing something elaborate, but we can get into that later, because that'll also lead back to Downers as well.
Okay. 12.2, Adopt a Trail sponsorship. Consider the Adopt a Trail sponsorship program and application subject to staff and legal review.
And I believe this one will need to come back on April 15th because we are looking for more input as well.
Okay, so do we want to just table that?
Well, you don't need to table it, but
Okay.
we're really looking for discussions, but if you really haven't had a chance to deep dive into it, then we can defer.
I don't know.
We can. I think he left. No, that's.
I mean,
fine. So
I
we're
love
not
the idea. I think
you
it's
to
great.
approve it because there's some
Right.
fill-ins that we need from the board, and that's what we're hoping for.
Okay.
It was based off of the Adopt the Roads program, so we used that as the model. And then once this is complete with any details that you guys would want to add in or the committee adds in, then we could put it into the policy. There's already a spot for it. We just have to get this detailed.
Okay. Because I have somebody that is looking to adopt some parks, and I gave you his number a while ago. He said, he doesn't call me. So, well, we're working on the process. No, I think it's a great idea. Anybody? Okay. All right, well, we considered it. Everybody seems to think it's a good idea, so keep working on it, I guess. And when you have more details, just send it to all of us. You don't have to wait until the
Well,
April meeting.
I think I would, yeah, what we would like is to receive input, even if it is individually and when we put. it
Yeah, that's
together,
what I'm saying.
then we'll
Okay,
put
all right,
the who-
okay.
Who asked for it, so if it was board president or secretary or whoever,
Okay,
we would put that next to.
all right. So can everybody?
Anything from the equestrian trip or equestrian advisory.
No, we're gonna provide our input, and then we're gonna bring it back in April for finalization. So we'll provide our input privately to Mr. Hanson and yeah,
So we're gonna.
But
There is a motion.
no,
No.
it was just, they want our input.
Yeah.
Okay,
and that it's okay for legal to review.
yeah, of course, everything
Because part of the
needs to.
policy is that the board has to give them not a motion, but directions. to
Right.
do it, so
Yeah.
we can work hand in
Okay.
hand as we're going through it with. you
Okay,
As the board.
so then do we want to do it by motion? Or we just talk
No,
about that?
just-
You don't need to, you're sure? Okay, all right.
we need to bring it back at the next board meeting, right?
That is.
It was a consensus for what you're directing. for right-
Okay.
What we're
All right.
talking about.
Very
right
good.
now. You're okay.
All right,
Yes.
mhm. 12.3 LTG Sports Turf One LLC, motion to approve the piggyback contract cooperative agreement with LTG Sports Turf One LLC to replace the artificial turf surrounding the playground at Kids Skate Park.
Sorry. It's not liking me right now. Just because I answered it.
Oh, yeah, we weren't voting on this.
Yeah.
That's why.
It's there, it's chamber. Yeah, it's gonna let me. It says not everyone is voting.
Well,
There you go.
So I'll ask a question about this.
mhm.
So my concern about just replacing, and I understand we have some safety issues and to do the turf, I get that. But are we like redoing that park? I thought we were doing something major because
Yeah.
of the expansion of Seminole Pratt Whitney.
The
which we should
suggestion.
be making the county pay for, by the way, but
The suggestion would be to bring back a master plan of that park with new designs and new suggestions, and then we could probably have some workshops on how to discuss that particular park. You've reached a level at this point that this is basically going to buy you a couple years. I had the company quote, it's the same one that did the field out there. We already have an agreement that we could move quickly on because this grant basically expires in a month, so we don't have a lot of time to make this adjustment. This is gonna buy you a couple years to make that park safe. Otherwise, you could look into having major issues. It's dangerous out there.
my concern is that if we're gonna be moving, are we gonna be losing the investment in that material, or we'll be able to use it when we move?
He's using the more cost-effective material for that reason, because it would be something we'd likely end up losing. I mean, you could probably pull it up and use it in certain areas. I wouldn't necessarily recommend it, but it depends on the condition of it when they remove it.
So do we have a cost on this? Cause
Yeah,
So-
it's in the backup. I
Okay.
think it was 78,000 for it
78,000.
to do that, but that will include repairing any of the damaged rubber that's underneath it as well that the kids have been digging up. So it's a complete, it'll be safe again once this is done.
That's all.
Yes,
Well,
part of it, part of it.
50,000 of it is through the grant, and then that's what Ms. Argy was alluding to earlier. We're using the Downers Park to make up the difference.
Correct.
Because we did not get funding for that Downers grant.
But what, did the board direct that at some point? Because
Well, we did a recent inspection out there, Mr. Lawrence did, and found that the turf is in really bad shape. and
no,
can't-
I'm talking about taking the money from Downers and putting it over.
That's what,
Okay.
yeah, all this just came together because when they
Correct.
did an inspection. They reached out to, I forget who does for that, is it DEP?
Yes.
And, cause
The
there
orig-
was gonna be another new.
Do you
The
want-
plan was to put in a picnic pavilion, another picnic pavilion there, and
Yeah.
we said, don't do that because we're gonna put in a picnic pavilion, and we're gonna have a serious liability if a child or even an adult gets hurt because of the condition of that turf. So Mr. Lawrence said, and Ms. Camp, we reached out to the FDP, and they said, yes, we would they would allow us to change the scope. And that's why we're bringing it back tonight to the board. But whenever we went to do the actual turf, estimate, this is a cost, so it's a little bit more, but it, as Mr. Lawrence says, it buys time as you go through that process, because I think that is one part where you probably do want to master plan it and really figure out how you want to use that field and wooded area to the east of it, so that you can use those trees as some of the shade, because there's no reason that you can do some of the, I think you can do some of the playground in there, not all of it, but just certain things and connect it.
Sorry to interrupt you. I need a motion to extend the meeting.
Sorry.
It's okay. How long? 15 minutes. Second? Oh, Michael made the motion. Okay.
No, that's not for this motion.
Oh,
15 minutes for this whole, the rest of this agenda.
We need to extend it. Listen, we did it a lot of times the last
Yeah,
2 years. so we
right.
gotta extend it.
yeah.
So,
Yep.
so it's $78,000 just to do
Right.
the turf.
Yep.
Like, is there another option for us, or is that the only option?
Based off of the time frame, because that grant basically expires in about 45 days, we don't have much time. That's it. There's, you can build it, figure out another option, come back to the board, go out to bid or anything like that. This is the only thing. we
It's
can do.
costing us 30.
We used to put wood chips and then we went to this. I mean,
You'd still have the cost of the rip out and everything else, and you'd still have that material. You're not saving much on that. This is the easiest. It's like pulling up carpet and putting down new carpet.
then why is it so expensive?
It's the cost of it. It's just how much it is. It's not cheap. The cost of everything.
Everything.
This is why, yeah, this is why
But
those,
that's,
this is why the playgrounds are averaging about 150,000. That's for something the size of Sycamore. I mean, Kidscape's gonna be obviously a lot more than that.
Yeah.
But, yeah.
that was private sponsorship money.
Let's get some sponsorship, I think. I see there's a little plaque, a large plaque that says people that sponsored our park at Kidscape. Let's get some community involvement and commercial to help us.
Scarlett.
That happened
It
the
is-
first time when it was built.
Yeah,
Go
I
ahead,
think I
Scarlett.
saw that.
It is covered within what's currently budgeted with the way things are gonna change.
That's
Okay, in regards to the Downers Park, that was last year that we did not, the program was not funded. The board asked us to reapply this year, which we did. So in July with the budget, when all that comes through, we'll find out about the program being funded or not,
For
right?
this fiscal year.
For this year.
For,
Yes.
yeah.
And if it's funded, then we'll get a contract, usually by the first part of August. And by the time, and then we execute the contract, send it back. And we're already pretty much into this next fiscal year by the time we can start rock and rolling on that contract with any type of expenses at Downers.
Thank you.
We did go through a process with Tallahassee. Because of the safety issue, and they agreed with us to do that scope, to, change out the turf. I don't know if they would allow us to do, like chips or anything like that at this point. And with this particular grant, we're dealing with a deadline of April 30th, where everything has to be done and documentation needs to be turned in. So that's another reason why we were familiar with this particular vendor. So that's the reason we got a quote from them. And it's the original 50,000, like Mr. Hanson said, it is a no match. So we'll get 50,000 back from it. The only other task in the grant is $1,000 for landscaping.
Thank you. Okay, I have a motion and a second.
No, through the chair, I'm sorry. So Ms. Argue asked, are we looking for 3 years? No, I think what
That's
Ms. Cantley said is.
Next fiscal.
If they fund it in this July, as part of the fiscal year for the state of Florida, which starts July 1st, we put in another one for Downers. If they do fund this time, the FERDAP in July, then as we're going in this upcoming budget workshop for our fiscal year 27 starts October of 26. If we get the funding, we will have the matching amount to do Downers in fiscal year 27. So, yeah. So we're budgeting for the upcoming fiscal year. However, as Mr. Lawrence stated, we're going to have to budget more. However, one of the good things that Ms. Cantley, I don't know that she pointed it out tonight, but let's say it does cost 150,000 to do downers. I'm just throwing that number out. They will match a lot of that. So it's almost like is it?
We applied for 150,000.
Yeah, so.
We've done the application.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
We're just
It's
waiting
been-
for the funds.
The application has been accepted. And we're waiting, if it's funded, then, we'll get a contract and everything.
But it's a 60/40, so 50/50. Thank you for clarifying that.
Can I just request that if it is not funded in this grant cycle, that come back to the board for further discussion and review about how we're going to deal with that park? Because this has gone on too long.
Okay, can we call a vote, please?
Are y'all gonna keep those motions, or did y'all want me to erase?
It's fine. Motion carries. Okay, Acreage Adult Softball. Motion to approve the Acreage Adult Softball's nonprofit athletic user agreement, subject to staff and legal review, and I'm assuming availability as well?
Correct.
Okay. All right, does anybody have any questions?
I do have one question. Is the Adult Softball League complying with, and they're responsible for having all the other
Yes.
same things as everybody else?
Yes, we just don't have to have the SAM policy because of us having no children, no one under the age of 18 or in high school, a part of our league.
Okay. And with respect to the SAM policy, and so at the same time that the adults softball is in the park, there's also other permitted providers and kids there. And we have requirements for one group that we don't have for another. And one of those requirements is that they have to go through all of the background checks and to have name tags, but we're not requiring other groups to do it. So how are you as staff dealing with that in the park?
It's from the interaction with overlapping.
Yeah, with the, when.
Um,
uh,
they actually could do the same name tags and things like that. This agreement, the same terms that the athletic league's currently under is what you guys are voting on this evening. It's the exact same terms. The only things that we adjusted were adding in the adult softball. So whatever their requirements are, other than the insurance, is exactly what they're gonna have to follow. No other changes were made.
All right. Do we have a motion? We have a motion and a second.
Through the chair, which motion are you doing?
To approve. Yeah.
It's okay, erase that.
Does this user agreement give Acreage Adult Softball exclusive Friday night rights to the fields?
It does.
Okay,
The same level that it would with the Edgewood Athletic.
gotcha,
There wouldn't be another competing softball league coming in taking one for that.
gotcha. Okay.
Okay. Call the vote?
So we do have other heating leaves. So.
It's all subject to availability. It's the same
Right.
situation where they're getting the first right. Obviously, we're gonna make sure that the athletic league has space, just like the adult softball. They're getting priority use. That's all this agreement really does, is give priority use. They'll still have to do the permits on the side like we would. If they have a special event on the side, they would still have to apply for that too. So basically gives the district detail.
I'm sorry, say that again.
It gives the district detail, which is why there's little
Motion
purpose
passed.
inside of this
Thank you.
part of it.
Sorry to keep you so late.
It's fine. I just really want to thank Kenny and Jeff. They've been a huge help for us. Like Kenny and Jeff both have gone out with one of my board members, walked the field. We've gone over issues we have with the fields. And it's the same as fast pitch softball. I work very closely with Kayla Sands. She's actually my old coach at Seminole Ridge at one point, and she's one of my good friends now. Like we work together, and her and I both bring up the same concerns to Kenny and Jeff. And they're both so helpful through this whole thing. And I tell them we communicate openly and honestly. Like 2 weeks ago when we had the rainstorms, we canceled the league. They don't have to tell us, hey, you guys can't go on the fields. We try to plan ahead and give them the heads up, hey, we're not going to be there. Just so we're not blamed and that they don't have to worry about having the lights on till 10 o'clock at night.
Thank you.
So
Thank
I just
you.
want to give them that appreciation and let you guys hear it from my mouth, not
Thank
just
you
the
very
email I
much.
sent you. Have a great night.
Thank you very much. Okay, 12.5. From Apoli LLC, motion to approve From Apoli's LLC permit to use Citrus Grove Park for their pop-up food truck nights, subject to staff and legal review. This is complimentary to the truck that's there, same general people. Go Betty, go ahead.
Absolutely. Yep. We have a food truck policy that they have to
Right.
follow, that the board adopted.
Okay, so motion to approve. We have a second. Hold the vote. We got 4 minutes. We can get through this. That would be amazing.
This next,
Yes, we're gonna prove Mary wrong tonight, aren't we? Come on, we can do this. Motion carries.
this,
Okay, 12.6, Frank Carasa's a community event. Motion to approve his long-term permit request to host a variety of community events, subject to staff and legal review, and of course, availability.
this particular individual I just found, this is the one that wanted to do that one day event. I found out earlier from staff, the beginning of this meeting, that he didn't do that event and he hasn't reached back out. Looking for-
So, table,
Yeah, I'd either table or, I mean, I would deny it.
deny. Okay, I'm looking for a motion to deny.
Yeah, to erase the other one.
This is a profit and there's no detail.
Yep. Yeah, he just wasn't responsive with the other half, which is,
Mhm. Okay, motion to deny, all in favor? Very good. Motion to deny is passed. 12.7, Legion Flag Football Permit. Motion to approve the Legion Flag Football Permit request, host their practices at OCP, subject to availability, staff and legal review, or motion to deny.
Take myself off this decision.
Okay, so your conflict, you're gonna have to sign a form. Do, we have a motion? Yeah,
So the acreage athletic.
will have priority.
Yes.
And if there's any space available, they would be able to have that.
yes. Okay, we have a motion and a second. All in favor?
And Mr. Lawrence, all that's been working out, right?
It has.
Okay.
Everybody's been playing fair at the park right
Good.
now. We haven't had any issues.
Patty abstain, Mary, you got that? She needs a form. Okay, 12.8, Arsenal softball, motion to approve Arsenal softball permit request, host their practices at ACP, subject to availability, staff and legal review, or a motion to deny. Same principle,
spot,
same,
Same situation.
same everything. Do we have a,
Arsenal's been out there for a while. I mean, this is.
yeah,
these are kind
Arsenal's
of like
been around a long
These are
time.
kind of like next season permits that the board's been approving like this whole time.
Tic tac, tic tac.
Motion to.
Okay, we have a motion and a second to approve. All in favor? Okay. Yeah, we're never gonna make it.
Second.
All right, all in favor of another 15?
Can we do in 5-minute increments?
Yeah, but we got 3 more items we can do. Oh, staff presentation. Okay. All in favor of extending? Yes. Okay. Children's Business Fair, motion to approve Curious Innovators permit to host their children's business fair, subject to staff and legal review. And this is at the amphitheater. They know the rules. We're good.
Yep.
Or motion to deny. They're a nonprofit. They're charging a fee to the vendors, but it's a free event. Correct. That's what it said. They only charge a fee to the vendors. Yeah. Do we have a motion?
And then the date, what is the date on that? So I've heard some of the permits conflict with, but this is what we have. This is the.
Yes.
It is.
That's a motion.
Okay. All, call the vote, please. All in favor? Motion carries. Okay, Memorial Kickball Tournament. Motion to approve Tim Asher's permit to host his Memorial Kickball Tournament, subject to availability, staff, and legal review. This is for a family that is undergoing some serious stuff, and I know a little bit about it. It's going to be mostly adults. He knows the rules, right, Kenny?
He does.
All he's required to do, insurance, all that.
Correct.
But this is under Tim Asher's, and how do you post a fundraiser when you're not a valid?
Anybody can.
to do
Anybody can.
fundraising?
Mm-hmm, absolutely. Anybody could do a fundraiser. You,
think in order
you
to
can't,
fundraise, you
no,
have to-
no, it's just not tax deductible for the person giving the money. Anybody can do a fundraiser. You don't have to be a nonprofit to do a fundraiser. All the money's going to a family.
It's more of a community event. He's
Yeah.
just the permit holder basically in
Yeah.
this situation.
So are we waiving all the other requirements for?
No,
Not unless the board's direct.
no, he understands.
But
They're gonna figure it out.
they do have one day event permit or event insurance that you can get. I
Mhm.
used to get it all the time for my surf events that I put on down south. I mean,
Okay, we have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Was there a date for the event?
yeah,
Next weekend? I know they moved it. They moved it. Okay.
They
We need
wanted to
more
do it
time.
And it can't be on a Saturday. which we,
yeah, they're open to rescheduling. It was just their original date that they were requesting.
so-
We can talk to them about it.
that- that it's subject to
Yeah.
it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So you're talking about the Tim?
Did everybody vote?
Tim was open to whatever date. He was just picking a date when I spoke to him originally. Yeah. That's something we're gonna have to look at and try to figure out what days can be best. We'll work with Tim closely on that, but until we really look at where you guys decide, we can pick it from there.
Everybody vote. There we go. Motion carries. Great American Cleanup 12.11. Motion to approve Indian Trail Improvement District's permit to request permit request to host the Great American Cleanup, subject to staff and legal review. This is for April 12th. Hopefully anybody who's listening gets out there and helps us clean up the community. Mhm.
Why is it in the house? It's like.
It's where we've been having it for the last few years. We haven't had any issues.
Because the park is more central for everyone, but everybody having to drive to Indian House is not.
And then we haven't had any complaints. It's been at Hamlin since I've been here.
And it's Angie, yeah, I was just
Yeah.
gonna say, Angie,
Staff's there.
doing it this way, you don't have to have somebody here on Saturday.
Yeah.
Angie's there, we go pick up our stuff. All right, we have a motion, do we have a second? We have a second. Please call the vote. Motion carries. Staff presentations.
Yeah, just quickly, because we are running out of time, if Mr. Lawrence can just give us some quick updates on ACP South, get the field, multi-purpose field one, and any status on that, and,
We did get, we finally got the certificate of completion from the county. That is a done deal. At this point, our recommendation, what we're hearing from the county is to open it as a as an open field, open play. We'll have to come back, obviously, to discuss the details of how we protect it from that point forward, but we could run into issues, just so everybody's aware, with the large groups that may want to try to take it over. There's obviously large soccer groups and things like that that might want to try to go in there for tournaments, so we'll have to keep an eye on it, but we can officially open it. The insurance.
Excellent.
We're done there. The insurance is already set, so we're good there too, so.
Great.
And then a quick
That's my
update.
biggest concern.
Yeah.
I mean, like, I'm actually worried about that and groups going in there and trying to take it over. And we're definitely have to figure something out about that.
Yep. And then
That it has to be open.
open play. So
I'm-
where it's the general
But
public
we
can
were
use it.
required to do that before, so how can they do that now?
just through the
I
the
just,
chair. Yeah, that's the email you had sent.
no, I
earlier.
know,
Yeah,
but
so, yeah, I challenged that. That's what we're challenging here, because I don't think they have. Without getting into a lot of it and giving away any strategy here, not legal strategy, just general strategy. I do not think they have that ability to do that. I do not. But that's why I need to work with legal on that to really go deeper into that lease.
was,
Because the
was our
FC
lease amended?
Mm-mm.
No.
Yeah, that, because they've been, and rightfully so, focused on other things, so,
All right.
so.
I have no problem with open play. What I have a problem with is the issues that we've had with the soccer groups and unpermitted and no control. And we have all of these other groups that are coming in. And the whole point of the turf was to actually have, when we close down the north, we have an alternate place to go. And we need another field that is available, for if it's an open field that soccer wants to come, some soccer group, then, and they destroy grass that's not our sports turf, I don't have a problem with that. But it's when they destroy our current athletic fields, and then it prevents it from being used properly from the groups that are here and the people that actually pay the taxes to live here and maintain
Absolutely.
it. So
Absolutely.
that's a problem.
Yep, I agree.
And by the way, we got $3 million when our community probably paid about $58 million minimum. So what a deal we got. And now we're being told we can't use it the way we want to or how we'd like. We should be able to permit it.
I agree. And then a quick update on Coconut. We are on schedule with that. We did a walkthrough today. They've got a couple little punch out things they'll have done by tomorrow. They've got some sod to put down around that pier. The guys are doing the walkway right now. The trees are completed. We are on schedule to have everything done by end of next week or so. Our goal was to try to have it done about a week before the deadline, which I believe is April 7th for submission.
Yes.
So we're on pace to that. So we're in good shape.
Excellent.
So the pier's
Thank you.
finished?
The pier is done.
I haven't.
Other than some minor details and things like that, it's done.
All right, great. That's fantastic.
Huh?
Yeah.
It's back to the original plan. So when we first looked at this and FEMA got involved, they told me that whatever you can show that would be out there is what they would approve. So I went back to the county, found the original plan in 1992, and that's where we got the tree count was off of that. So they gave us access to like another 120 trees for those plans. Those plans showed that pier on the north side. So we went back to the original design of the actual park. And that's why it's over there now. Correct.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's off the main road.
Yeah.
It's safer.
Yeah. Excellent. All right.
That's it. And there's no notice of RFP.
Excellent. Do I have a motion to receive and file our reports? We made it. We're not done yet. Come on, second. I need a second. We got a second. Come on. We got this. Call the vote.
No, I've got it. I just gotta paste it.
You got it. You got it. Take your time. We got, all right, there we are. Is everybody voted? Hold on. It's not official yet. Hold on. Michael.
Come on.
Stop. He wanted another. Meeting adjourned.